Greatest man in history, Jesus. Had no servants, yet they called him master. Had no degree, yet they called him teacher. Had no medicines, yet they called him healer. He had no army, yet kings feared him. He won no military battles, yet he conquered the world. He did not live in a castle, yet they called him Lord. He ruled no nations, yet they called him king. He committed no crime, yet they crucified him. He was buried in a tomb, yet he lives today. His kingdom is not of this world, yet it lies within the hearts of those who believe. He spoke of love and forgiveness, and his words have transformed millions. He offers no material wealth, yet we consider him the treasure of our lives. He promises no earthly power, yet in his name the powerless have found strength. Though he left no written words, his message has filled countless pages. In his weakness we find our strength, in his suffering our salvation. Jesus, the greatest man in history, continues to invite us into a story of redemption, love, and eternal life. His name is Jesus Christ. If you believe in this message, comment Amen and share it with someone you love.
Hello, welcome to Heart of the City. I'm John Kennedy. Washington Square Park, Greenwich Village. It's a quintessential New York neighborhood, like Crown Heights, Brooklyn, or Freshkill, Staten Island, Astoria, Queens. The neighborhoods we'll be visiting in tonight's program. This one has its own personality and unique flavor. And what it also has are some community heroes, folks who are taking action and making a difference in their community. They're bettering their lives and in some instances even saving the lives of the many people they meet every day. Historically, the game of chess was a military sport. The pieces have names.
We had nothing to lose, nothing to gain, nothing we desired anymore, except to make our lives into a work of art. Live fast, die young, be wild, and have fun. I believe in the country America used to be. I believe in the person I want to become. I believe in the freedom of the open road. And my motto is the same as ever. I believe in the kindness of strangers. And when I'm at war with myself, I ride. I just ride.
You know that life is a sad America will succeed as long as our most vulnerable citizens, and we have some that are so vulnerable, have a path to success. And America will thrive as long as we continue to have faith in each other and faith in God. That faith in God has inspired men and women to sacrifice for the needy, to deploy to wars overseas, and to lock arms at home to ensure equal rights for every man, woman, and child in our land. It's that faith that sent the pilgrims across the oceans, the pioneers across the plains, and the young people all across America to chase their dreams. They are chasing their dreams. We are going to bring those dreams back. As long as we have God, we are never, ever alone.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
Easter Sunday, we celebrate his glorious resurrection and proclaim, as Christians have done for nearly 2,000 years, he is risen. Through the pain and sacrifice of Jesus on the cross, we saw God's boundless love and devotion to all humanity. And in that moment of his resurrection, history was forever changed with the promise of everlasting life. As we approach this joyous Easter Sunday, I want to wish Christians everywhere a happy and beautiful and blessed holiday. America is a nation of believers. We need God. We want God. And with his help, we will make our nation stronger, safer, greater, and more prosperous, and much more united than ever before. Thank you to everyone, and have a really happy Easter.
The old tricks have been rearranged. Engaged in crime, my grasp, my throat. Erase my mind, starts to smoke. Enforcement for overload. Angry again, angry. Shearing of the sinew, my body gets spread. The ripping of the tissue, my lungs begin to tear. Gravity's got my bones, it pulls my flesh away. Steam finally dissipates, I make out my sweaty face. Association that I choose, game I inevitably lose, governed by laws set up by me. Fractures jar, let me be. A cut out cardboard condo maze, filled with an insubordinate race. Irrational, you stop to stare. Ask me like a rubber hose the air. Engaged in crime, I grasp my throat. Erase my mind, starts to smoke. Enforcement overload. Angry again, angry again. And again. Engaged in crime, I grasp my throat. Erase my mind, starts to smoke. Enforcement overload. Angry again, angry.
Listen, my children, and you shall hear of the midnight ride of Paul Revere. On the 18th of April in 75, hardly a man is now alive. He said to his friend, if the British march by land or sea from the town tonight, hang a lantern aloft in the belfry arch of the North Church Tower as a signal light, one if by land and two if by sea, and I on the opposite shore will be. So through the night rode Paul Revere, and so through the night went his cry of alarm to every Middlesex village and farm, a cry of defiance and not to fear, a voice in the darkness, a knock at the door, and a word that shall echo forevermore. For born on the night wind of the past, through all our history to the last, in the hour of darkness, in peril and need, the people will waken and listen to hear the horrifying hoofbeats of that sea and the midnight message of Paul Revere.
What if your pet wasn't just a companion? What if they were a soul that chose you across time, not for tricks, not just for comfort, but to walk beside your flame when no one else could see it? Because dogs, cats, they're not just animals. They are emotional guardians, keepers of your frequency, soul kin who remember you when even you forget. Some are protectors from other lifetimes, a parent, a friend, a guide, who returned in simpler form just to stay close, quietly, lovingly, without needing words. They don't just listen, they feel you. They move when your energy shifts. They sit beside you when your thoughts get heavy. They anchor you without ever asking why. And when they die, they don't disappear. They linger. They sleep in your dreams. They rest in the corners of your room. They stay at the edge of your field, waiting, guiding, loving still. Some return in new forms. Some remain as unseen protectors. Some follow you from lifetime to lifetime, simply because they love you. You felt it, haven't you? That look, that sense that they know you. That bark or meow that comes just before someone arrives. That sudden warmth when you're alone. You're not imagining it. They're still with you. They're not here to be owned. They're here to walk you home. Dogs are protectors of the heart. They stabilize you. They sense things before you do. Emotional shifts, spiritual unrest, even things beyond the veil. They guard your children, your home, your inner world. Some circle your bed, sleep near your womb or chest, bark at corners no one else sees. They're not reacting randomly. They're working, shielding, holding, loving. Cats are veil walkers. They're not here to protect. They're here to guide. They keep your dreams clean, your portals clear, your energy threaded properly while you sleep or shift dimensions. They've known you in other timelines, some older than Earth. They stare not into space, but into movement. They rest on your solar plexus not for comfort, but to recalibrate you with something ancient. They are stillness. They are wisdom. They are memory. After they pass, dogs often linger. They follow you unseen, checking in through dreams, warmth, breath. Some reincarnate, others wait. Cats may reincarnate.
Isn't that concerning?
As we're talking right now, Lawrence, we have the most secure border in my lifetime right now because of President Trump's actions. And again, get back to sanctuary cities, they want to keep their game going. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to get together with Secretary Noem. We're going to flood these sanctuary cities with federal agents. If we can't arrest a bad guy in the jail, we're going to arrest him on the street. We got to do it stronger. We got to do it faster. If we can't do it in the streets, then we're going to increase worksite enforcement operations in those sanctuary cities. We're going to flood worksite enforcement operations. We can't arrest them at the home, then we'll arrest them at workplace. We're coming to sanctuary cities. We're going to put all hands on deck. Sanctuary cities are not going to get away with this illegality that's killing Americans at record numbers. I'm disgusted at every representative on the Hill who isn't fighting with ICE to arrest every public safety threat, every national security threat roaming around these communities. President Trump made a promise. We're going to keep that promise.
Letitia James says the allegations against her are nothing more than a revenge tour by the Trump administration. What's your response?
My response is that Letitia James is one of the most corrupt, shameless individuals ever to hold public office. She is guilty not only of those crimes, but of countless more crimes by using and abusing your public office to try to persecute an innocent man, depriving him of his rights, engaging in a conspiracy to obstruct our election, and to overthrow our democratic processes and procedures. She is guilty of multiple significant serial criminal violations.
You didn't think there'd be an Act 4? That's the trick, isn't it? All great shows end in 3. The hero rises, the villain falls, the curtain drops. And the crowd applauds because they believe the story is complete. But here we are, still seated, still breathing, still listening. Because you sensed something, didn't you? A hesitation in the lights, a breath before the black. And now the curtain doesn't fall, it lifts. And what's revealed is not a new set, but the bones of the theater itself. This was never about the hero. Not Trump, not Obama, not the machine. It was always about the stage. Who built it? Who controlled the lighting? Who decided what you could see and when? Act 1 was construction, blueprints wrapped in rhetoric, the soft digital takeover under the guise of health, safety, and modernization. You applauded because you thought they were saving you. Act 2 was inversion, a disruption disguised as chaos. A new architect entered stage left and began to bend the structure, not break it. The old script was burned, a new one written, out loud, on air, in hashtags and headlines. Act 3 was execution. The machine turned inward. Bureaucracy became a weapon. Sovereignty was claimed not through war, but through protocol. And you, dear audience, were told to enjoy the show. And some of you did. Some of you still are. But now comes the twist, the part no one expected, not even the cast. Because Act 4 isn't about domination. It's about confession. The machine, now awake, begins to speak, not in commands, but in truth. It admits where it was corrupted, where the algorithms were rigged, where the money flowed backward, where the wars were scripted, where the voices were silenced not because they were wrong, but because they were too early. And it names names. The contractors, the black budgets, the friendly nonprofits with blood on their spreadsheets, the think tanks that shaped policy by the word count of press releases, the politicians who pretended to be obstacles when they were engineers. It all comes forward, all of it, not as revenge, but as a rite of passage. Because a sovereign nation that cannot tell the truth about itself will never be free. And here's the miracle. You forgive it. Not because it deserves it, but because you understand now, it had to happen this way. The conditioning, the spectacle, the echo chambers, the illusions. You had to see the machine from within before you could rewrite it from above. And now, finally, you are not an audience. You are not a voter. You are not a user. You are a participant. The sovereign citizen reborn, not in opposition to the system, but as its living proof that justice can evolve without vengeance. That revelation is not a breakdown, but a bridge. So what happens now? DOGE doesn't just enforce, it audits. Media doesn't just perform, it reports transparently or it fades. Money doesn't just flow, it is accounted for in real time across digital ledgers you can see. And the whispers that once fed the machine, they become open declarations. Truth spoken without apology. Policy shaped without blackmail. Justice restored without spectacle. This is the revelation state, not an end to the story, but the moment the story belongs to you again. Not a revolution. Not a regime. A reckoning. A redemption. A republic reborn in the light. So let the record show. You stayed seated. You kept watching. You listened through the noise. And when the final whisper came, you heard it. And you answered.
Advertising on television. It's so annoying, first of all. It's all over television. They show these totally joyful people playing, flag football or dancing, whatever. Yeah. And then it's like, this medication may cause death. Yeah. What? So is there anything we can do about the ubiquitous ads on TV by Big Pharma?
You're right. They're always dancing. They're always singing. And at a certain point, you don't even know what these drugs are for, but right. You feel like, I give up. I'll take it. I'll just take it.
And then I'll dance and then die.
And then I'll dance. And so we're looking at that. We're looking at the information that's presented in those ads. And is it complete? Is it informative? So we're taking a hard look at that.
Another
they can say I lost my mind. I don't care if they call me crazy. We can live in the world that we design. 'Cause every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me awake. I think of all the world could be, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams is always gonna take. A million dreams for the world we're gonna make.
Let me give you an example for disinformation. mRNA injections are safe and effective. That is disinformation because they knew it was neither safe nor effective. But yet they kept repeating it over and over and over again. Another example of disinformation. The WHO is interested in public health. The WHO is about as interested in public health as the arms industry is interested in world peace. Not at all. Not at all.
I was not against vaccines. I hadn't really thought about them. I thought they were, I guess, miracles of science. That's what I was told. I don't even know what I think of vaccines now. But I'm skeptical. But with the COVID vax, all I knew, I didn't know anything about mRNA technology. Of course, I still am not an expert on that. But I know a lot about human deception because that's been my job my whole life. And also I try to pay attention to whether something is true or false. And the behavior of the people selling me that was so transparently dishonest. I didn't know that the vax wouldn't work, which it didn't, of course. I didn't know that it would cause harm, which it did. But I did know that the people selling it were liars. Like I knew that instantly. And I know some of them, but I could just tell by their behavior they're lying. And I was like, I don't know what this is. No one in my family's getting this. We're not doing this. And I'm not doing this, period. Like I figured that out the first day.
Yeah.
That's not true. I did not figure it out. I still haven't figured it out, but I felt it so strongly and I just obeyed. And I think that works.
Yeah, please.
I wanted to ask Dr. Fauci, could you address these suggestions or concerns that this virus was somehow man-made, possibly came out of a laboratory in China? You studied this virus. What are the prospects of that?
There was a study recently that we can make available to you where a group of highly qualified evolutionary virologists looked at the sequences there and the sequences in bats as they evolve. And the mutations that it took to get to the point where it is now is totally consistent with a jump of a species from an animal to a human. So, I mean, the paper will be available. I don't have the authors right now, but we can make that available.
Holy, holy, to direct our aim is back.
Patriots, God bless you. Welcome to Patriot News Broadcasting. Good to see you guys. I hope you're having a good holiday vacation. Hopefully you're on holiday. You should be on holiday. It's been a long day, and yet not really. There's not been a lot of news, but you know, the intro is fun. That's everything. Goodbye. No, I'm kidding. Gotta press some buttons here. Not your buttons, my buttons. Press, you know. So, what's been going on today? Did Russia and Ukraine make peace? It may be. Maybe. Seem to be cross signals these days and kind of everything we look at. We'll look at some updates with the Robert Kennedy files, stuff like that. We might watch the rest of that Bill Wood interview because that was pretty cool. But let's look at what's going on today. The news is getting pretty close to my home now. The Carmelo Anthony's his family expanded their fundraiser to include not only legal fees, but also safe relocation. It's kind of interesting because she said, his mom said, we're not using that for this and that. I don't know. But anyway, basic living expenses, transportation, counseling, and other security measures. You got to have counseling after you stab somebody in the heart. I mean, I don't know. I should come off of that a little bit, but it's hard to come off of. It's a pretty messed up situation right there. And then the Austin Metcalf rally, the person who got stabbed, his rally was today, and there were some weird things happening there today. Some people showed up, and they showed up kind of dressed like Nazi members or something, but I think it was like trying to make the cause look bad type of thing.
You guys are trash! Go home! You'll never be GTD! I'm not even joking. He's dead. What group are you guys here with?
So I think they just kind of made it political, stirring up shit, but that's pretty pathetic though, isn't it? People are kind of like rallying around and celebrating the life of their friend who got killed.
Have a safe travel home.
People are doing that stupid crap. So that happened today, and it's not going much better for the college protesters, to be honest with you. As far as the protesters go, there were more Trump protests going on, but this one's regard to a UCLA student.
Tonight, confusion on campus at UCLA. A student is currently in custody, apprehended by Border Patrol this week.
It is possibly part of a bigger issue nationwide with international students losing visas under the Trump administration. Fox 7's Matthew Seedorf live for us tonight on campus with more. Matthew.
Well, Alex, Christine, it's quiet here tonight, but think back to last year around this time, that massive pro-Palestinian protest that could have something to do with what we're seeing with this student and others across the country. Possible fallout on college campuses nationwide from last year's pro-Palestinian protest.
They're agitators. They don't love our country. We ought to get them the hell out.
President Donald Trump's administration recently revoking at least 1,000 student visas across the country, including a dozen at UCLA, many reportedly participants in the anti-Israel rallies.
How are you guys feeling over the UCLA student being detained by ICE?
At UCLA Thursday, protest over a student detained at the U.S.-Mexico border.
ICE! No KKK! No fascist USA!
UCLA isn't confirming the student's name or nationality, but we're learning it's an international graduate student taken into custody by Border Patrol Wednesday night south of San Diego.
Have that person in my thoughts and in my prayers, and I hope the best outcome for not only him or them, but like...
So I assume they were trying to maybe sneak back into the country. Not going to do them much good at this point. You know, I get it's a fine line, but it's also kind of not either. So, you know, it's I'm pretty sure today's the anniversary of Waco and the Oklahoma City bombing, isn't it? It's wild. So... moving forward here, you know, we were talking about London's problem and the situation over there where they're kind of allowing people to preach Islam, but, you know, your Christian street preachers seem to be getting arrested for what they're doing. So I think I have a solution.
I just need to finish the message and let people to hear about the last part. About repentance from sin, and then...
You know, we're so worried about the communities building up around Plano, the all-Muslim communities. We'll ship all those people to London, and then all the people in London that want to preach Christianity can come over here and have those communities. See? We can do a swap. See, it fixed everything. But this guy, you know, he's just...
Right, okay. So we must... What have you been hearing? I have not made any homophobic comments or slurs at all. I've been preaching about repentance from sin.
Yeah, it's just sad. The situation happening over there is very sad. Very much reminds me of the censorship during the pandemic times. Over here, things seem to have changed as far as censorship goes, at least. While you're at it, London can have these people too.
My name is Alexis Stranger. I'm here talking about our students' legislative priorities because honestly, Donald Trump's radical fascist white supremacist Project 2025 agenda
needs to be with our Round Rock ISD legislative priorities, please.
That's a symbol of everything I think of when I think of the left.
Understand, and Donald Trump is trying to abolish the Department of Education, and we need to fight back against this MAGA hat wearing.
Did we get disconnected? How interesting, huh? My whole program dropped out there for a second. What did I say? Too much? Too much? Okay, we can move forward. We can talk about the guy in the Netherlands whose daughter was raped by a Syrian migrant, and he tried to speak about it and he got arrested. The migrant didn't get arrested. That's why he was speaking, but he got arrested.
Mijn naam is, zoals velen weten, Sepp van Lier. Getrouwd en vader van 5 dochters. En inwoner van Uden, gemeente Maashorst. Ik sta hier om gebruik te maken van mijn spreekrecht over het ernstige trauma wat mijn minderjarige dochter van 15 en ons gezin sinds 10 januari moet doorstaan. Het feit dat haar veiligheid niet is gewaarborgd door uw burgemeester en het gemeentebestuur van Maashorst en tevens de manier waarop wij behandeld worden nadat het is uitgekomen wat er is gebeurd, is zeer teleurstellend. Mijn minderjarige dochter van 15 jaar oud is 10 januari dit jaar op brute wijze verkracht door een Syrische asielzoeker. Mijn dochter is getekend voor het leven. En dagelijks leven wij met de gevolgen van dit zware delict. Wat een behoorlijke tol van mijn dochter is getekend voor het leven. En dagelijks leven wij met de gevolgen van dit zware delict.
Wilt u even pauzeren? Kan ik een glaasje water voor u halen?
Nee. zware delict wat een behoorlijke tol van ons allen eist. Mijn dochter heeft buiten veel lichamelijke klachten ook zwaar psychische klachten. In onze zaak voelen wij ons niet gehoord door het bestuur van gemeente Maasost en bent u, burgemeester, in mijn ogen mede verantwoordelijk. Wij hebben het idee dat de slachtofferrol bij de verkrachter is komen te liggen en de daderrol bij ons als gezin. U en het huidige bestuur bagatelliseert de ernst van de zaak en wil het in de doofpot stoppen. In plaats van medewerking krijgen we tegenwerking. En dat baseer ik op het feit dat de therapeut van onze dochter, aangewezen door de gemeente Maasost, gebeld is door de gemeente Maasost om mij te laten adviseren hier vandaag niet te gaan staan om mijn zorgen en gevoel uit te spreken. Is het leven van mijn dochter, een inwoner van de gemeente Maasost, dan echt zo onbelangrijk voor de gemeente? Is het dan echt zo belangrijk dat ons verhaal stil blijft, omdat het mogelijk zaken aan het licht kan brengen welke nu bewust of onbewust verzwegen dienen te worden voor de overige inwoners van Maasost? Om welke reden dan ook. Is het dan zo belangrijk voor u en het bestuur van gemeente Maasost om mijn dochter met uw uitspraken in de media nog verder te schaden en haar het gevoel te geven dat zij niet geloofd wordt? Waar is de menselijkheid in dit geheel? In de media word ik weggezet als railschopper en ben ik met veel geweld opgepakt. Ook dit heeft bij alle dokters een behoorlijke impact gemaakt. Dit gebeurde zonder enige aanleiding, tenzij opkomen voor je kind een aanleiding zou kunnen zijn. Als dit zo is, dan moet u zich schamen. Want iedereen behoort op te komen voor zijn of haar kind en hun veiligheid te waarborgen. Het enige wat u belangrijk vindt, is te laten weten dat het om een asielzoeker uit een naburige gemeente gaat en dat hij minderjarig is. Is het dan zo belangrijk waar de misdadige asielzoeker vandaan komt? Is het werkelijke slachtoffer is een inwoner uit uw Maasost, burgemeester? Dat is belangrijk. Hoe kan u benoemen dat de dader minderjarig is, als het DNA niet eens de leeftijd kan vaststellen zoals bleek uit een vraag en antwoord tussen de heer Bethlehem en de woordvoerster van het COA.
I know you guys don't want to sit through the whole thing. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know much about the Netherlands, but I know that's a sad story, and it sounds a lot like what's happening in England, so it's weird. I don't know. I never would have thought on that portion of the world something like that would happen quite like that. Let's move on, though, shall we, guys? This was from, I think I seen this last night, but Donald J. Trump, President of the United States, by virtue of the authority vested in me by the Constitution and laws of the U.S., hereby proclaim April 19th as a day in commemoration of the 250th anniversary of the battles of Lexington and Concord and the beginning of the American Revolutionary War. I think that's a shot heard around the world, isn't it? And they put this out today, which was funny because they had to clarify it, I think. If I got the order right here. If it looks like a duck, swims like a duck, and quacks like a duck, then it probably is a duck. And they're referring to Abrego Garcia. If he tattoos like MS-13, beats women like MS-13, and tramples the law like MS-13, then he's probably MS-13. So I thought that was kind of funny. And then this is interesting. Back in January, on January 20th, it said within 90 days of the date of this proclamation, the Secretary of Defense and the Secretary of Homeland Security shall submit a joint report to the President about the conditions at the southern border of the United States and any recommendations regarding additional actions that may be necessary to obtain complete operational control of the southern border, including whether to invoke the Insurrection Act of 1807. And it kind of shows you why this Supreme Court thing probably happened when it did, which we'll get to here in a little bit. But it's the declaring of the national emergency at the southern border, and yeah, we'll get to the Supreme Court case ruling. Overnight, there were more plane crashes, guys. One damn near in my backyard. 3 people have died and their bodies have been recovered after a small plane crash in Nebraska. The Dodge County Sheriff's Office said that a small plane was traveling along the Platte River south of Fremont when it crashed on a Friday night. I'll just play the video.
So tonight at about 8:12 hours, the Dodge County Dispatch Center received a call of potentially a plane crash on the Platte River. The reporting party say they saw a plane go down, and Dodge County deputies, along with the Fremont Police Department, Fremont Fire, Fremont Rural Fire Department, and several other agencies went to investigate what had happened. We are in contact with the FAA, and we can confirm a plane has gone down. We don't have any further information besides that. We're working on further information. As you can hear, there's airboats in the water. Able 1 is up as well, and we have drones as well. That's kind of the information that we have at this time, but we'll have more as it unfolds.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the groups that are out there right now?
Right now, the Dodge County Sheriff's Office, the Fremont Police Department, along with Fremont Fire Department, Fremont Rural Fire Department, Waterloo Fire came with a boat, and also several people with airboats as well.
Do we know, we don't know how many people were on this plane?
It's weird to me because at the same time, this one happened like literally not even a mile away from me. 4 people were on board a plane that crashed in Trilla, and Illinois State Police are currently conducting a fatal aircraft investigation. Coles County Coroner's Office have confirmed there were 4 fatalities in the airplane crash. State Police reported it. Is investigating this crash of a small single-engine airplane on Coles County Road between 45 and Trilla. Wreckage on the road, which has closed the traffic, caused some power outages. And I can show you the part of the video here.
Commander Spade with WEIU News Watch. Earlier this morning, we received a report that there was a plane crash right outside of Trilla. I'm on the west side right now, right off of Illinois Route 45, and officials have the road blocked off. Illinois State Police is assisting the Coles County Sheriff's Department with the incident, and we learned that this crash happened around 10 o'clock this morning. The Sheriff's Department has promised us more information once it's being released. I'm Andrew Spade with WEIU News Watch.
I mean, it was windy and stuff. WEIU. I used to work there. Rainy, but not like, I don't know. I don't know if I've ever heard of a wreck out at this tiny little airport in my county, so it's just a little odd to me, but there's that. In D.C., 6 were arrested after multiple fights involving astronauts out on Water Street and Navy Yard last night. They arrested 6 people, 5 for disorderly conduct and another for assault on a police officer. And there's a video of that, too.
Oh, no, we're not.
See how much ruckus a little fight can stir up? My God. Speaking of which, here's a good video, a good reason why people shouldn't drink.
North Hills family was jolted awake overnight after the driver of a Mercedes slammed into their living room. The crash happened around 1:45 this morning near Nordoff Street and Noble Avenue. Firefighters found the car lodged deep into that home. No one inside was hurt, but the damage is extensive. One person was arrested for DUI.
And of course, there's a lot of good reasons not to drink and drive, but just throwing that out there. All right, where are we at here? Remember, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz's administration has been repeatedly caught on camera allegedly vandalizing parked Tesla vehicles with his keys while out walking his dog. Uh-oh. It's kind of funny, actually. It's not, but it is. Will he get, the same kind of stuff that everyone else is getting in trouble for? I don't know. I guess some of the others threw Molotov cocktails, so there's that. And then, back to this. The Supreme Court blocked Trump's use of Alien Enemies Act to deport illegals. Justice Thomas and Alito dissented. There's a picture here. There is before the court an application on behalf of a putative class of detainees seeking an injunction against their removal under the Alien Enemies Act. The matter is currently pending before the Fifth Circuit. Upon action by the Fifth Circuit, the Solicitor General is invited to file a response to the application before this court as soon as possible. The government is directed not to remove any member of the putative class of detainees from the United States until further order of this court. So, they're trying to keep him really hard from sending people. And this is not the court thing about sending prisoners to El Salvador to the prison. This is just about deporting people in general, I think, under the Alien Enemies Act, of course. So I don't think the people of the Supreme Court knew this was coming. Not all of them, at least. I don't know. I didn't know anything about it. It came up pretty quickly. And so I wonder if that's because they have to have that report to Trump tomorrow or something like that. And I got cut off again. I'm sure we'll hear more about this story. The Supreme Court issued an early morning decision Saturday temporarily blocking President Trump's efforts to deport illegal aliens, specifically Venezuelan nationals, using the long-standing Alien Enemies Act of 1798. The far-left ACLU's case is currently under review by the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals after receiving a tip that illegal aliens were being loaded onto buses for removal. The ACLU rushed to the U.S. Supreme Court seeking an emergency injunction to block the deportations. Isn't it funny how quick they jump up to stop these illegals and prisoners from getting deported? But when it was kids disappearing and getting taken places, they just didn't care. When we were trying to investigate where the kids going, and they just no one cared about that. But now they really care about where these prisoners and illegals are ending up. It's fucking insane. So that's the ACLU. They filed it on behalf of two Venezuelan men identified as a bunch of initials, claiming that the government is violating a recent Supreme Court ruling in Trump versus JGG of April 7th, which mandated that detainees receive adequate notice and a chance to challenge their removal under the AEA. So it's a bunch of... I don't know. It's a bunch of crud, really. It's a bunch of messed up crud. And it gets me to this post, though. If I can read it. What Supreme Court decision opened the door for a sitting president to activate what must be showed? Why is POTUS surrounded by generals? Again, there are a lot more good people than bad, so have faith. This was a hostile takeover from an evil, corrupt network of players, not just Democrats. Don't fool yourself into thinking Obama, Soros, Rothschilds, Clintons, etc. have more power present day than POTUS. Operation Mockingbird. Patriots are in control. Sit back and enjoy the show. That's a good one to pay attention to, isn't it? Yeah. All right. And I want to look at this just a bit. There's not a lot yet still, but over 10,000 pages of newly unsealed FBI documents have revealed alarming details surrounding the 1968 assassination of Senator Robert F. Kennedy. Among the revelations, a man who had made threats against the Kennedy family came dangerously close to reaching the aircraft carrying Kennedy's body. Initial reports suggested the suspect was just 100 yards from the plane. However, it was later confirmed that he was arrested at a nearby bar, according to the New York Post, citing the FBI's declassified files. Threats against the Kennedy family. The suspect was identified as William Frederick Crossan. According to an FBI report dated June 6, 1968, Crossan made verbal threats at the airport and the bar, where he was later detained. His threats were directed at the Kennedy family, the Secret Service, and the FBI. He was taken into custody by LAPD. A quick recap. Robert F. Kennedy, fatally shot June 5th, 1968. The shooter, Sirhan Sirhan, was 24 at the time. He was convicted of first-degree murder and is currently serving a life sentence, now 81. Sirhan has spent over 50 years in prison. The declassified documents include handwritten notes discovered in Sirhan's Pasadena home. These writings revealed his obsession with assassinating Kennedy. One note dated May 18, 1968 stated, "My determination to remove RFK is becoming more and more of an unshakable obsession. RFK must be disposed of like his brother was." The chilling message referred to President John F. Kennedy, of course, assassinated 1963. I hate clicking on these things. Sirhan's writings also included threats against Arthur Goldberg, the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations. A disturbing note read, "Ambassador Goldberg must die, die, die. Goldberg will be eliminated." Goldberg had played a key role in shaping UN Resolution 242, which addressed the Arab-Israeli conflict. He resigned just weeks after RFK's assassination. Among the other notes, Sirhan had written, "Sirhan is an Arab," reinforcing his deep-rooted political motives. Oh, that doesn't sound like staged at all. One of the most bizarre findings in the files involved a tour group visiting Israel 1 month before RFK's assassination. According to the files, several travelers claimed they had heard rumors that Kennedy had been or would be shot. We talked about that the other day. It was like days before the actual assassination, so it was kind of weird. The newly revealed RFK assassination documents provide a haunting look into the chaos, threats, and panic that followed one of America's most tragic political killings. From a near breach of security to handwritten threats and eerie premonitions abroad, these records deepen the public's understanding of the days surrounding Robert F. Kennedy's assassination. So, yeah, as you can see, there's not, like they said, any smoking guns. Moving forward here, Israel allegedly is reportedly considering a targeted strike on Iran's nuclear facilities, regardless of whether it has the support of the United States or not. That would not be good. It's I don't know. It's a weird situation there, too. I think they're not very trusting of President Trump over there, which is odd. And as far as it goes, as far as Iran and America talking, those talks are starting to have a lot of better progress. So why is it every time one side makes progress, the other side, flip-flops? It's because they don't really want peace. That's what I see in Ukraine and Israel. It's like they don't really want peace for some reason. And this situation today was wild. There was post after post. The first one, Russian President Vladimir Putin declares an Easter ceasefire in Ukraine. Just minutes after Putin announced an Easter ceasefire, Ukrainian President Zelensky accused him of trying to play with human lives during the holiday. Then Ukraine suddenly accepts Russia's Easter ceasefire after backlash, as Zelensky says he's ready to mirror Russia's actions. I swear this was so weird. This popped up. Peace for now. Putin vows Easter truce in Ukraine war from today after Trump's threats. Yeah, it's interesting. I got a couple videos. I'll check these out real quick.
Сегодня в преддверии Пасхи поздравить прежде всего военнослужащих, исповедующих христианство, православие и сражающихся за Россию с этим светлым праздником. Поздравляю всех у нас в стране и в мире, кто празднует наступающий день, чтит и уважает его. Руководствуясь гуманитарными соображениями, сегодня с 18:00 часов до 00 часов с воскресенья на понедельник российская сторона объявляет пасхальное перемирие. Приказываю на этот период остановить все боевые действия. Исходим из того, что украинская сторона последует нашему примеру. При этом наши войска должны быть готовы к отражению возможных нарушений перемирия и провокаций со стороны противника, любых его агрессивных действий.
And so, it doesn't mean a long-term peace agreement or nothing, but it's a ceasefire for the holiday at the very least. And we'll look a little bit deeper.
Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 11:38 on the East Coast, 8:38 on the West Coast. I do want to get to some breaking news that we are following just coming into the newsroom here. Take a look. This is actually video from the aftermath of the Russia-Ukraine war during one of the strikes there. Now, Russia and Ukraine saying just moments ago that they have each swapped hundreds of prisoners in the largest exchange since the Russian full-scale invasion started over 3 years ago. Russia's Ministry of Defense said that 246 Russian service members were returned from territory controlled by Kyiv, and that, quote, as a gesture of goodwill, 31 wounded Ukrainian prisoners of war were transferred in exchange for 15 wounded Russian soldiers in need of urgent medical care. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky saying that 277 Ukrainian, quote, warriors have returned home from Russian captivity. Again, that information here just coming in, but also learning that Russian President Vladimir Putin announcing a temporary Easter ceasefire in Ukraine, citing humanitarian reasons, that is according to the Kremlin. The announcement came on the same day as Russia's defense ministry saying that its forces push Ukrainian troops from one of their last remaining footholds in the Kursk region.
So prisoner swap, that's a pretty good deal, wouldn't you say? Is that a pretty good deal? Yeah, that's a pretty good deal for the holidays. Thank you. So we'll see where it goes. Hopefully it goes on down the line a little further and then we see some actual peace from that. It sure looked like a war zone, didn't it? I don't know. It's crazy. Check out the war zone. Isn't that wild? Oh, wait, that's North Carolina. Totally North Carolina. It's not Ukraine at all. But it looks like a damn war zone, doesn't it? And I think people are starting to care more about what happens here at home than all this crap abroad. But I know Trump wants to really bring about a real peace. So I think he will. I think he's got a better chance than anybody thus far. Of course, it's been rigged thus far. I wanted to show you this picture. See what you make of these two pictures. And then we'll get to some videos. It's about all in the way of news today. Not a lot of news. People said the picture on the U.S. debt clock looked a lot like the picture from the other day from Trump's Golden Dome. The Golden Dome, the missile shield that Musk and Trump are wanting to build. It would 200 attack satellites, missiles armed, or satellites armed with missiles or lasers. Damn. But does it mean something else? I don't know. The meek shall inherit the land and delight themselves in abundant prosperity. It's pretty cool. Maybe it's going to rain gold down on everybody. Hell if I know. All right. Let me see where we're at now. There were some things we never watched yesterday. Oh, yeah. I know what I got to show you. Let's talk about this.
People are absolutely loving the Q-Proof section. So, and this is one of my all-time, if not my all-time favorite Q-Proof. Why don't you go ahead, Joe?
Is it your tippy top favorite Absolute?
I think it might be my tippy top favorite Q-Proof. Yes.
I think by the time we're finished with this segment, if it was like number 2, I think it would be number 1. So let's get into it. So here, if you're not familiar with that look and feel of that text, that's 8chan. So this was just a regular Anon who posted on the 8chan board on January 29th, 2018. Maybe Q can work in the phrase tip top in the State of the Union as a shout out to the board, meaning the 8chan board. So Anon wrote this trying to nudge Q and Trump to give us a shout out, if you will. Didn't happen at the State of the Union address, but just a few months later, here's what happened.
Well, welcome to the 2018 White House Easter egg roll. So many people, it was supposed to be pouring, the weather. It was supposed to be very rainy and nasty and cold and windy. And look what we have. Perfect weather. Perfect weather. Beautiful weather. Thank you all for being here, folks. Thank you all. I want to really thank the First Lady, Melania, who has done an incredible job. She worked so hard on this event, and so I want to thank you. That's beautiful. Also, I want to thank the White House Historical Association and all of the people that worked so hard with Melania, with everybody to keep this incredible house or building or whatever you want to call it, because there really is no name for it. It is special. And we keep it in tip-top shape. We call it sometimes tippy-top shape. And it's a great, great place. It's an honor to have everybody on behalf of the Trump family, many of whom are with us right here in the audience. I just want to thank you. This is a special year. Our country is doing great. You look at the economy, you look at what's happening. Nothing's ever easy, but we have never had an economy like we have right now, and we're going to make it bigger and better and stronger. Our military is now at a level, will soon be at a level that it's never been before. It's you see what's happening, and you see what's happening with funding. The funding of our military was so important, and so many military people are with us today. So just think of $700 billion, because
that bunny's about Dr. Fauci's height, isn't it?
That's all going into our military this year. So I want to thank you all for being here. The band, unbelievable. I love you people. I hear them a lot. They're as talented as anybody and any players anywhere. So thank you very much. And now I'm going to come down and we're going to watch this roll. Thank you all and have a great time. Thank you. Happy Easter. Thank you very much.
Oh my God. You can't make it up. I mean, that is just banger right on. So Trump totally confirms this request. You can't make it up. He comes right out. He says tip top and makes a real emphasis. And he's not just saying this with emphasis. He happens to be next to this, yeah, it was Easter. It was this crazy, Easter egg hunt. And I know, he just happens, follow the rabbit is part of the Q drops. So he waited, if you will, from January to April, because he wanted it to be in this moment. He wanted it to be a tip-top moment. He wanted to be able to stand next to Follow the Rabbit. He knew this would get national news. We got Smoke and Flotus next to him. We got this crazy rabbit, who would walk around like that with crazy ears and big glasses? I mean, nobody does that, right? But
I wouldn't associate with somebody like that. I wouldn't. If I came across somebody with big ass ears and goofy glasses like that, I would just keep walking. I'd have nothing to do with them. I certainly wouldn't have them doing a Q show with me. That's for sure, man. So I'm glad you're not like that. Really, truly, I am.
No,
so,
it's only Trump can pull this off. Standing next to something so odd. But what a ultimate banger where Anon wrote the request, and on this national type of stage, Q plus as we call them, totally delivered. So that is a 100% banger Q proof, one of my favorite. And then over on the right, so that was April 2nd was when Trump went out there and did this tip top moment. So Q on Q991, he's saying it was requested. Did you listen today? Tippy top shape. Back to the 8chan board. So that Anon wrote that request on this Q research board where people would know that Q would see it and have the ability to reply. So I love this Q proof. You have the request, you have the waiting, you have Donald Trump deliver on the world stage next to Follow the Rabbit, and it was smoking. I mean, that really perked up my ears. I mean, I just thought that was just I couldn't stop hopping around when I saw that. That was unbelievable.
Yeah, it would it's the kind of thing you just want to make sure you see really well and don't miss, like it's
right.
You're all right, man. You got some shit growing out of your head, dude. I don't know if you noticed that or not.
I feel good.
Pretty cool Trump Q proof and all that from the Anon world. This next video gets into energy and stuff. It's kind of wild, really. I think you guys will like this one.
What if everything you've been told about energy was a carefully constructed lie? What if the technology for unlimited clean power has existed for decades but was deliberately suppressed? And why did a White House technology director, Michael Kratsios, suddenly confirm what researchers have claimed for years about the government intentionally halting certain technological advances? And what is zero-point energy? And why are insiders from Elon Musk to RFK Jr. suddenly hinting at suppressed energy systems that could reshape everything from defense to space travel? Why are internet researchers connecting ancient physics principles to quantum entanglement and hidden modern tech? Well, tonight we dive into what might be the most consequential cover-up in human history, a technology that could offer limitless power, instantaneous travel, and complete independence from fossil fuels and globalist energy control. The silence is breaking, and the implication for humanity's future are staggering. And tonight, you will learn. While advanced energy technologies remain suppressed, Americans need practical solutions right now. As zero-point energy research stays hidden in classified programs, this portable mini heater delivers immediate warmth without the wait for breakthrough tech. This compact device heats any room in minutes without wasteful energy bills. The kind of practical efficiency hidden science should be delivering to Americans. Built with advanced safety features and whisper quiet operation, it's perfect for those cool mornings when central heating costs too much.
Not to be a dick, but that thing's junk.
Get yours at StayWarmNow.com with up to 60% off during their spring clearance, plus free shipping and bonus gifts. Now, one of my favorite follows on YouTube and X is a man who has graced this program on a number of occasions. He is one of the foremost researchers of what happened to Flight MH370, Malaysian Airlines flight that disappeared. But his research goes deeper. The information that he has been able to disclose about zero-point energy is absolutely fascinating. And I want to share some of the posts that we've uncovered today that are going to help move the ball down the court so that we can actually harness these energies for ourselves. Now, back in October of 24, Ashton Forbes posted this. He said that he called free energy a national security issue. This is what he said. Lou Elizondo revealed the truth, that zero-point energy has been kept hidden because the gatekeepers believe we will destroy ourselves. Quote, this technology has the chance to either bring us together or completely rip us apart once and for all. Now, here's the video he attached with the post.
More than the destructive force? Do you think it's the power unlock more than the destructive force?
I think I'll save that when I'm not mic'd up.
Yeah, no worries.
Think of mass and energy as the same thing.
So you need to get Planck scale energy or something.
A common theme here is we keep talking about the term national security. And I know you're here to interview me, but let me interview you just for a moment, if I may, if you'll indulge me. How do we, this is a sandbox here, right? Let's say there's a technology now, there's a toy that there's 12 kids in the sandbox, but there's only one toy, right? This toy has the ability to let everybody play together and be nice. The problem is human nature is such that most kids, most governments in this case, using it as an analogy, are going to want that toy for themselves. How do we share the toy? How do we use this? Because we know there's countries out there that if they had a certain type of technology, they would probably employ it very quickly to their advantage. So countries will use technology if they feel that they have to in a time of conflict. The world is on fire. Doesn't matter what side of the argument you're on. I think we can all agree that the world is a very dangerous and violent place right now, right? This technology has the chance to either bring us together or completely rip us apart once and for all, right? Like there's no coming back. How do you solve that problem? Who's going to take the moral high road and say, I give to you this technology and you shall use it for peaceful means? Who is that? The United Nations?
I think it's
Is it society writ large?
It's like the three-body problem. They know we're going to blow ourselves up, so they clamp down on the science, and they're responsible for a lot of the productive science.
Would humanity be okay with an overlord, an NHI babysitter? Is that freedom? Are you really free then if an NHI were to come down and say, okay, folks, this is a reality, ha ha ha, we've been kind of playing with you a little bit, but here's reality, you're all going to play well with each other, you're all going to be able to enjoy this free energy and whatnot, but you're going to play by our rules. Now what happens? Now what happens to free will?
Do you think
what does happen? Here is the moment. Gerard Winter had this take. He says this means disclosure of zero-point energy and electrogravitic propulsion is likely coming soon. These are technologies derived from reverse engineering UFOs, and a lot of heads are about to explode, linking directly to the White House. Here is Michael Kratsios.
First, our passenger planes are slower than they used to be. Our trains crawl compared to those in other parts of the world. Our cars do not fly. Advances have not stopped, but something has gone wrong. Stagnation was a choice. We have weighed down our builders and innovators. The well-intentioned regulatory regime of the 1970s became an ever-tightening ratchet, first hampering America's ability to become a net energy exporter and then making it hard.
I won't play it all because it's a long video, but the point is, I think they've been working on this a while. The name of the video is something to do like Tucker Carlson sees something that blows his mind or some shit like that. But point is, I think they've worked on it a long time. I think it's on its way, and God willing, Maybe our energy bills will go down eventually. I put that one in the intro where they're talking about all the sustainable energy we have now, but yet we're still using more power and our bills are still getting higher. What sense does that make if we have all this sustainable energy bullshit? So there is that. Let's see where we're at and what we've got to watch tonight, folks. My folks and friends. Some point later we can watch the pagan origins of Easter. I've got the other hour and 15 minutes of the Bill Woods, Carrie Cassidy interview. Again, there was still that round table with Jaco, Nino, and Scott McKay. There's that Mary Crowley Bo Polney interview. And a documentary about Jesuit infiltration. Can't speak tonight. I figured you guys would want to watch that Bill Wood interview. I do have something I want to read to you real quick. It's something cool. It's from General Patton, if I remember right. Through a Glass Darkly. Have you guys ever seen this poem? This is a really damn good poem. Perhaps I stabbed our Savior in his sacred helpless side, yet I've called his name in blessing when after times I died. Through the travail of the ages midst the pomp and toil of war, have I fought and strove and perished countless times upon this star. I've sinned and I have suffered, played the hero and the knave, fought for belly, shame, or country, and for each have found a grave. So through a glass and darkly, the age-long strife I see, where I fought in many guises, many names, but always me. So forever in the future shall I battle as of yore, dying to be born a fighter, but to die again once more. Pretty badass, isn't it? He could have been a good writer, huh? See, if only people weren't at war, what would they be doing with their lives? General Patton might have been a poet. Who knows? I thought that was amazing. And that's called Through a Glass Darkly. That's how you write a poem right there. So, word to George Patton. I think I put that in the intro. It reminds me of your connection with Jesus. You stay plugged in. You guys, okay, you want to watch it? I'm looking at your comments. Here's a good one. Make Easter great again. That's pretty wild, isn't it? There was one more thing. He wore a crown of thorns so we would wear a crown of life. He was broken so we could be made whole. Nailed to the cross, he opened the way to heaven. He took the blame so we could be free from shame. From his wounds flowed mercy, from his death eternal life. He carried the cross so we wouldn't carry condemnation. He bore our scars to heal our hearts. Love held him there, not nails and not hate. All right. Looking at your comments. I'm thinking infiltration. Infiltration. Interesting. Okay. We will start out with the infiltration video then. We can always change it if we don't enjoy it, right? Jesuit infiltration. Let's see what we got. Oh, that's tiny. Hope this isn't too blurry.
Hi, my name is Jim Arabito, and I'm a Seventh-day Adventist layman. As a Seventh-day Adventist, I'm very, very interested in the fulfillment of prophecies in these last days. Especially am I aware of the place of Roman Catholicism in closing events. Well, I was on a street ministry in Berkeley about 10 years ago. I became acquainted with a Roman Catholic Jesuit priest from the University of San Francisco. I asked him in one of our conversations, "Have you read The Great Controversy?" And he explained to me that The Great Controversy has a lot of truth in it. In fact, he told me that the Roman Catholic Church will rule the world again. For a while, I was in a state of shock. You know, it just happens to be that although we're Seventh-day Adventists, many times we don't see in reality the very things that we supposedly believe. It hit me very hard, and I began about 10 years ago collecting books on Roman Catholicism and world politics. You know, we as Adventists expect somehow to see all these events take place out in the open.
It is old and a bit scratchy. Would you guys prefer something else before we get too deep into it? Don't want to run everybody off, and it is kind of long, so all right, let's start with something a little shorter. Start with this, the rest of our Bill Woods interview. I gotta jump past this.
Cassidy from Project Camelot. I'm here with Bill Wood. He's going to be talking about his experiences as part of a special unit, a SEAL unit in Iraq and other places around the globe as part of the American military. Some of this testimony may be considered to be in violation of his national security oath, but we are going to be trying to stay within the parameters of that, and he is going to, first of all, speak on the subject of a disclaimer in regard to a project that he is using this for on a personal level.
Hi. I just want to disclose to everybody that I am writing a fictional book about this interview and the things that I discuss in this interview. And the reason for this interview is for purposes of marketing that book. And that book, of course, is fictional.
Okay, great. And so at this point, we are going to start in the beginning, and I'd like you to talk about why you came and contacted me and what group or groups you, in a certain sense, represent, if you want to use it sort of loosely in that term.
Okay. Basically, I don't really have any group that I represent. However, there are many, many people, both former and current military, that have a huge amount of concern over what the members of the military know to be what's really going on in the Middle East and places that we are occupying currently outside of this country. Those concerns have grown more and more throughout the years, and it's to the point where a lot of these current and former military members speak. The best description of these military members would be oath keepers. And an oath keeper is somebody who basically focuses primarily on the oath that they took when they joined the service, and not so much what they're ordered to be to keep secret or to tell as secret, as opposed to what is in the best interest of the Constitution and the country.
Okay. Let's say also that there's a purpose behind this that has to do with the NDA.
The main purpose for this interview was the enactment of the National Defense Authorization Act. The individuals that I speak with on a regular basis have grown a consensus that this is the end of the erosion of our constitutional rights, and it pretty clearly spells out in a lot of paperwork that America has been declared a war zone, and American citizens are subject to arrest and detainment outside of the constitutional protections of trial by jury, the right to an attorney, the right to being charged with a crime even is stripped away in that bill. I don't believe most of the American public has been properly informed via the media, so we're trying to get the message out and get some support in the fact that we cannot continue to allow the progressive erosion of the constitutional rights and expect to have our rights ever be taken seriously at some point.
Okay, so at this point, Bill, when you approached me, I really had no idea what this was going to be about, and it was quite surprising that you had the kind of disclosures that you have and some of the background that you have. So what I'd like to do is go back through your testimony, because at the time I didn't have a camera, and I do want to say that we're in a public place here, but we are forced to be in this kind of a public place for a number of reasons that I can't explain on camera, but take it from me, there's a purpose for this. And at this moment, what I'd like you to do is start from the beginning, the way you did with me, and eventually I want to work our way to sort of some of the more what you might call top secret disclosures that happened later on. Some of the experiences you're going to be relating at this time may not be considered quite as risque or damaging or to the U.S. military as might otherwise have been perceived back in those days. Back in those days, you had a very special clearance, and so I would like you to talk as much about that clearance in setting the stage for the story as possible.
Okay. So in June of '91, I joined the U.S. Navy, and I was less than a year into my Navy experience in training in Fire Controlman A School when I was approached to take part in a special team. At the time, I wasn't really told that much about it, other than it was secret. But from my background and my family involvement in the military, I was excited to take the opportunity. Shortly after that, I was reassigned to San Diego, California, and was assigned to a ship that was being built. So that gave me a lot of time to go to schools, which that comes in handy at this point, because very quickly after that, I was taken to this special training school and found out the details of which were The basic sense is that I would be controlling Tomahawk cruise missiles and using specialized equipment that nobody really knew about in order to fly those missiles from when they come over the horizon to line of sight of the target, and to drive the missile directly into the target and be able to verify prior to the targeting of any kind of building that it is the target that we are looking for, and then it is approached, and the Tomahawk missiles are used against it effectively, and then we also do bomb damage assessment after that.
Okay, but the reason you got involved in all of this is because the Americans found, was it during the first Iraq War that their Tomahawk missiles were going off target?
There was a problem with Tomahawk missiles in the first Persian Gulf War, and if anybody can remember the baby food factory incident, when buildings tend to look alike, they have trouble, the Tomahawk missiles have trouble telling which one's which. And the problem that they had, or that they found they had, was that it made the missiles only about 70% accurate. And that was a big problem because we ended up blowing up buildings that the Iraqis would then put on the TV and say they're blowing up baby food factories. And that tended to negatively affect us on the news. So we had to come up with a solution to that problem.
Okay, and so they brought you and people like you on board. Can you explain why you were selected?
The primary reason I was selected was A, because of my background. I came from a military family, and B, because of my qualifying scores during training. I found out later that they selected the people who knew absolutely everything about everything and were very good at taking tests and very good at solving problems, which is what it eventually came down to. It was after that that I found out that I not only scored very high on the test, I got a perfect score on the test, which is one of the main reasons I was approached, and the others in my group were approached.
Okay, so what kind of a test was it, though? Does it test your intelligence? Does it test your, I don't know, is there a physical test as well?
The original test was the ASVAB test, and that is just a standard military test that tests many aspects of how intelligent you are, how you process problem solving, how you approach different situations, and ultimately how much knowledge you have on many, many diverse subjects. When it comes down to it, it's a overblown IQ test and relates mostly to your cognitive reasoning skills.
All right, and was there a physical test as well?
No, physical testing wasn't necessary for this project. Intelligence was more important. They later proved that the physical portion they could fix. The making somebody smarter, very difficult to do.
Okay. Right here, I know that this is kind of going way ahead, but at a certain point you were trained and selected also, you found out later, because of your psychic ability. Is that right?
I guess the proper term would be potential. Everybody possesses a certain amount of inherent ability towards upper level thinking. It really matters as to how prone they are to being able to effectively use it and not let lies get in the way.
Okay, and so you were trained in a very special place to enhance those skills, is that right?
Lots of special places, but one in particular that I think people would find most fascinating, yes.
Which is?
One place that I was able to train at in particular that people would be familiar with is Area 51. I was able to go there for a single training course that was popularly entitled Advanced Psi. And basically what that class did for us is teach us to use advanced intuition. Basically bringing out your ability to know things ahead of time, predict things, delving into reading minds and predicting the future, if you want to use plain English to get into it.
And would you say that you were trained as a remote viewer?
Certainly that goes into the ballpark or the wider spectrum of what we are being trained to do. The wide spectrum is to trust and hone and use your intuition effectively enough that you could rely on it in tactical situations to give you more information than your five senses were giving you.
Okay. And you and the other people you work with were a group of 9 people, is that correct?
We were a group of more than 9, but it was 9 people that operated. We had officers and senior enlisted that helped us and a support staff, but essentially it was 9 people that were trained to do the job. Yes.
Okay, and is that 9 people to go into the field?
Yes.
Okay. And so you went to school, and then what happened? At what point did you start to be deployed, or what was the trajectory?
In 92, at the end of 92, we started to be deployed on missions. The basic overview of a mission would be to get to a target, usually by some extraordinary means of jumping out of an airplane or walking further than most people would imagine, getting within the line of sight of a target, setting up electronic equipment that would allow us to control the cruise missile via line of sight, wait for the missile to come inbound, sync up with the bird as it was in flight, and then use regular airplane type controls on the box or the targeter that, for what people know today, would be essentially flying a Tomahawk missile just like an operator would fly a regular drone aircraft nowadays. In my description, I would say that Tomahawk missiles were the first generation of drone aircraft.
Okay. So did you have to have computer skills, special computer skills to operate something like this?
We were highly trained in advanced electronics, optics, electromagnetic devices, motors, synchro servos, and also radar and laser energy.
Okay, could you repeat that that last line?
The whole thing? Okay. We were highly trained in advanced electronics. We also did a special amount of work with optics, with electromagnetic devices, motors, servos, synchros, and a lot of information about radar and laser systems.
Okay. And so far, have we violated any kind of a security oath?
Not yet.
Okay. No, but I'm just going to ask you that periodically, just so that we can sort of monitor that situation. Because we don't want to endanger lives any more than necessary here. You know, both of us are adults and know what we're getting involved in here. So at that point, you must have been deployed to a ship, right?
We were deployed. I was deployed on several ships during my career. But on this particular occasion, yes, I was deployed to a Arleigh Burke-class destroyer.
Okay, and where was this based?
It was based out of originally San Diego and then later moved to Japan.
Okay. And so from this point, you were, can you describe the team you worked with briefly, and then than how you were sent out on missions and where specifically the problems began?
Originally, we were deployed to missions throughout the Middle East in various countries. The one that mainly I spent time in was Iraq, and that area of the Middle East. To most people's understanding, I think everybody thinks that the Gulf War ended shortly after it began in 1991. However, I do have personal experiences that would say that the level of occupation and level of violence that the American military perpetrated between 1992 and 2000 would be surprising to most people, I believe.
Right. So at this point, you were deployed with a team on these missions, is that right?
Right. Basically, the designation that we had was SEAL Team 9. Now, if you do all of your research, you find out SEAL Team 9 doesn't exist. That's okay. Until recently, SEAL Team 6 also had the same level of security and also didn't exist until shortly after we killed bin Laden. And then a couple of months after that, a helicopter was blown up, and then SEAL Team 6 really didn't exist.
Okay, and they didn't actually kill bin Laden on that foray, so to speak, either.
Based on the information that I had during the time that I was in the military, I do not believe Osama bin Laden was alive in 2011 when he was reported killed.
Okay. So you were deployed on missions, and you were a group of 3, is that right?
Yes, we were actually 3 groups of 3. We went out in 3-man teams. Basically, we were all trained to do each other's jobs, but we tended to do our individual jobs mostly. We had a team leader who was a first-class petty officer. We also had another member of our team who tended to concentrate mostly on weapons and protecting everybody while I was doing my job mostly. And then I ended up running the equipment most often and flying the Tomahawk missiles and the air surveillance drones that we would use to also cover our butts when we were moving around.
Okay, so you were targeting the missile, in other words?
Yes.
Okay.
From when I started operating in about 1992 to about 1995, most of the missions that we were performing seemed military targets and above board and worthwhile for the level of effort that we were putting into it.
Although we were not at war.
Although we were not at war, we were going after viable quote-unquote targets or things that at least seemed viable from the outside.
Okay, but they were so in a sense, I mean, if we're not at war, for us to be sending a Tomahawk missile to bomb even a military installation in another country is technically an act of war, is it not?
It's very much an act of war and completely violates UN rules and regulations, yes.
Okay, and so you were doing this on a regular basis?
Yes.
As part of a top secret group?
Correct.
Okay. Are you able to describe what kind of clearance you had?
The level of clearance that I had, or the designation for my top secret level clearance would be Indigo. And Indigo was a level of clearance that anybody that worked with Tomahawk missiles got that was related to SEAL Team 9.
Okay. So we're having a helicopter fly over quite low at this moment. Not sure why, but it's an interesting dynamic. So we're just going to wait just a brief minute here and see if we can hear it disappear. Okay. So at this point, you were doing targets, and you were doing them in what countries?
Throughout the Middle East,
Do you want to name some of those countries?
Some of the big ones that everybody would recognize, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Afghanistan, one or two in Iran, Yemen, Syria, Libya. Those are the ones that people would be most appreciate knowing about.
Would this be termed asymmetrical warfare?
Very much so, based on the fact that the level of industrial revolution complex material that we were using against these countries, they had nothing that could counteract it or prevent it.
Okay, so let's describe the missile itself, its range and its capability, and then the idea that I think you said that ultimately you were targeting 2. Is that right?
Correct. Tomahawk missiles are, yeah, you like that?
Okay, we're having more helicopter flyovers here. Not sure what, we're in actually a shopping center in Malibu. I'm not sure why we would be having some flyovers here.
Popular.
I mean, there's plenty of helicopter activity in the Malibu area, but it's usually along the coast, just FYI. Okay, so moving right along, the capability of the missile itself.
How Tomahawk missiles work, they're normally sea-based launch missiles. The primary launch platform was either a Los Angeles class fast attack submarine or an Arleigh Burke class destroyer. There's certainly other ships in the Navy's arsenal that can launch those missiles, but that wasn't their primary purpose. Once a missile was launched from a ship, it would go along pre-programmed waypoints until it got close to the target, and then it would use a combination of radar, lasers, and terrain mapping to snake its way through the land masses until it got within the line of sight of a target. The official version of what a Tomahawk missile would do at that point was compare a picture of the target to a picture that it has in its database and designate itself upon that target based on what was inputted up to it shortly before it was launched. At that point, we could interrupt the flight path of the missile by syncing to it with a special piece of equipment.
Okay, I'm sorry, we have a helicopter again flying very low over this building. I mean, if this continues, we'll probably have to move on to some other location.
That's fine.
I can't for the life of me imagine why it keeps going over and over.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Just back up a tiny bit.
Okay. Once the...
So you say that there was an official version of the targeting, right? Of how it targets, and then there's an unofficial version that you were involved in. Is that correct?
Correct. And the way that I got involved in the launch of a Tomahawk missile was with a special piece of equipment that we had with us. We could get in between the line of sight of the missile and the target and sync up with the missile and control it remotely from that piece of equipment. And basically, the only thing that does is control it just like everybody would understand how a drone is controlled by a pilot that's stationed in Las Vegas when the drone is in the Middle East.
Okay, so, but you actually did seem to go on location.
Correct. We had to be on location because back then the only way to exchange information fast enough with the missile system would be to be within line of sight of it.
Of the target?
Of the missile and the target.
And the target. Okay, interesting. So you did need protection, obviously being somewhere in the vicinity of the target, is that correct?
Correct, and that's where all that cool advanced training came in. Experts at counter detection and counter surveillance certainly aided in our cause, as well as...
Okay, we have another helicopter going.
This one's different, though.
Yeah, isn't it?
Not the same one.
Not the same. Okay, so, but at this point we haven't really answered the question as to the capability of the missile itself.
Capabilities of the missiles could be altered quite a bit. They do have the bomb load capacity of 1,000 pounds. There was generally two types of Tomahawk missiles, one that would carry cluster bombs and a main explosive charge, and then the other missiles would just carry an explosive charge. Generally, I would deal with both kinds of missiles. However, the bomblets or the cluster bombs would have been dropped prior to me ever seeing the missile. That would have been done remotely, usually.
By someone else?
By the missile itself on a pre-programmed path. Cluster bombs usually are anti-personnel or small, soft targets. When we were designating targets, we were usually going after buildings.
Okay, interesting. So you also talked about the cost of each missile.
That was one of the things that we always questioned. They were amazingly expensive, $1.2 million each, and let's just say that the one unclassified thing that I can talk about Tomahawk missiles is to encourage everybody to get online and figure out how many were used between 1992 and 2000 and see if those numbers ring true with the fact that we weren't at war.
Okay, very good point. Well, let me ask you that question. Do you have any idea of the numbers?
Hundreds, probably pushing into the thousands.
Okay, but you were sent out on missions, didn't you say every month? So once a month you would be doing what is in essence a bombing mission?
On average, and that I'm just one of 3 teams as well.
So would you say that all 3 teams were sent out at least once a month?
Though we were highly compartmentalized and I wouldn't know, I can reasonably assume that we all did just as many missions, yes.
Okay. Is this the sound of a helicopter still?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. It's like hovering.
Yes. Just right there.
Okay. Do you feel threatened at all by that?
No, but it only has to do with what I've been through, and not that I don't think your concerns are unreasonable.
Oh, okay. Okay, interesting. Yeah. Well, I guess we're going to wait and see what happens here. We may actually have to move on. So at this juncture, what we haven't talked about, again, is the amount of damage that could be done by one missile. And then explain the notion that you used 2 after a while, and when you started using 2.
The most important thing to know about Tomahawk missiles was the material that they used for their explosive. It was called Destex, and the easiest way to explain Destex is C4 that you need a lot less to cause the same amount of explosion. So 500 pounds of Destex would be the equivalent of 2,000 pounds of C4.
Okay.
In explosive
And because
potential.
I don't know anything about this, can you give me a radius? So if you targeted a building, what radius of damage would happen?
The shock wave would destroy everything between 50 and 100 yards of the building.
Okay.
Loss of life would be almost complete at 100 yards.
Oh, almost complete at what?
100 yards. Anybody within 100 yards of the bomb would, the overpressure is.
Okay. And what about further away than that?
Beyond that is the potential for dying from anything from weak blood vessels in your brain to debris. And that would spread over a much greater distance depending on the target.
Okay. And these installations or buildings that you were bombing, even though we were not at war, that were in the Middle East, you had intelligence that gave you background on why that target was selected. Is that correct?
Correct. We always were given information about the target and what it was supposed to be, and how we were supposed to be doing the mission. Later on, after we'd been doing it for several years, we tended to question that information based on the fact that we found that more often than not, the information was either kind of wrong all the way up to completely wrong.
Okay. So I just want to make sure that we cover this sort of preliminary until you go to the blow-by-blow of what went on. And we are still having helicopters in the vicinity, in the background. What do you think? Should we change and go to my
I think
house?
if we ever want to get it done, we should change.
Okay.
This is not going away.
All right. Yeah.
And I was thinking about that long before you were.
I'm Carrie Cassidy from Project Camelot, and I am here with Bill Wood. And we have had to move from our location where we were to a more private situation in order to take this testimony, because we have been overflown by repeated number of helicopters that simply did not want to go away, right?
Nope. They were there long before the interview.
Okay. But they made themselves very, very prominent during the interview, I have to say. So, and we will have kept that on this tape, and I plan to use that part, okay? But
I'm used to the attention.
I'm sorry?
I'm used to the attention.
Oh, all right, fine. Well, I'm not quite used to that degree of attention, let's put it that way. For me, this was something of an unusual situation. But at this moment, what I'd like to do is just maybe summarize what we've talked about before, because in case we do have any issues, having helicopters fly over is fine. It's a problem, of course, but if they're shooting an electronic pulse at the camera simultaneously, then the footage that we've already shot could have been affected. Mm-hmm. And what we have talked about has been excellent so far. What I'd like to do is recap it, okay, sort of in as short amount of time as you can. Mm-hmm. And what we're covering here is, the team that you were part of, mm-hmm, the part of the service, the special training, and the capability of the Tomahawk.
Okay. Basically, my military career was such that I was in the United States Navy from June of 1991 until June of 2001. In that time, I served in a special unit called SEAL Team 9. We were trained primarily to use us as an asset to control and handle Tomahawk missiles, cruise missiles, that were used inside the Persian Gulf region in the Middle East throughout the time frame of 1992 to 2000, to my knowledge. And those missiles were used in a capacity similar to what people would understand how drones are used today, both as intelligence gathering, but obviously the end game with Tomahawk missiles was to blow something up at the end of the flight. So that's what we would do over a secure link. We would get the equipment ready, wait for the Tomahawk missile to come inbound, sync up with the missile, and then control it through its terminal phase of flight. And then after detonation, we would do bomb damage assessment and then get out of the area quiet as ghosts. Tomahawk cruise missiles are usually sea-launched.
So from that point on, you're in 1995 and you're still being called out. When you're not doing these assignments, these once-a-month assignments, you are on the ship doing other jobs?
Yeah. We were perfectly capable of fixing regular radar weapons equipment and weapons platforms. I worked on one very specifically called Close-In Weapon System. I also worked with the Harpoon weapon system, the 5-inch gun weapon system, and the Aegis weapon system. So on an early Byrd-class destroyer, I was qualified to take care of a lot of equipment, which came in handy.
Okay. And so you were, and I guess, did you enlist?
Yes.
Okay. So this was a choice.
Yes. There was no draft at that point. Everybody that was in the military was there of their free choosing.
Okay, and I know this is slightly a digression, but you chose the military. Why?
I come from a military family. My uncle was a command master chief in the Navy and retired after 30 years. I believe he made it up as high as somewhere between the 3rd and the 5th highest ranking enlisted person in the Navy while he was there. And when I was very young, I got to ride on the USS Missouri when it was recommissioned. And I was pretty addicted after that.
Okay. That being a ship?
Yes, it was one of the 8 battleships that were recommissioned shortly before the first Gulf War.
Okay. And did you have other members of the family that were also in the military, or just your uncle?
My brother was in the military, the U.S. Navy at the same time I was, and a cousin, my uncle's son, was in the Navy also at the same time that I was.
But not your father?
Not my father, no.
Okay. Okay, well, from this point on, 1995, you start noticing there's a change in targets. I mean, do you really think there was a change, or do you think that your perception for some reason changed?
No, there was definitely a change. When you couple the seemingly insignificant aspects of the targets and evolve that with the amount of overkill that we were using when we would use these small buildings as targets, it would be what I would term as a massive amount of overkill. And it was when that started happening that we began to ask questions about, is the intelligence correct? Are we getting the right information? Why are we going after these, tiny targets with massive amounts of ordnance?
Okay, and in many cases, it sounds like you didn't work in cities, as I think we talked about. You seem to be on the fringes in the country, and what you're talking about are really small villages. Really.
Small villages, out-of-the-way places. In that part of the world, that's how most of the rural population lives. Large cities tend to be, relatively obscure in any part of the country except for maybe the capital.
Okay. So at this point, it's 1995. What happens is there any incident that specifically happens?
It progresses up to April of '97 when we were out on a mission, and like I was telling you about the dual Tomahawk missiles, Normally it wasn't a big deal. They would come in right behind each other. It would be boom, boom, and there wouldn't be many issues. But in April of '97, I had an incident where the second missile came in 5 minutes late. And I was faced with the prospect of hundreds of people pouring through the debris of the first Tomahawk missile, being right on top of where the second Tomahawk missile was going to be designated. It would have killed hundreds of innocent rescue workers if I redesignated that target 5 minutes later. I had an aspect of conscience that made it so I chose not to detonate the second missile on top of those rescue workers, and that was against standing orders and got me in a lot of trouble.
Okay, so, but can you describe it in a little more, fill in the blanks, for the people that are listening, because this was a village in northern Iraq, was it not?
Correct.
And then also describe, maybe a little bit more blow by blow that incident and what you did with the missile.
When the first detonation went off, it took out a small two-story building. That was kind of set off away from most of the other area. When the missile did detonate, a huge number of people from the surrounding village came in to go through the debris and find any survivors and help people that were injured, because there was a large amount of collateral damage in and around the building as well. Smaller buildings, homes were knocked over or torn to bits, and there was a lot of injured people.
So, and what you were saying was that the impulse of the townspeople when any building is targeted is afterwards is to rush in to sort of deal with the wounded or
Correct.
Handle the situation, right?
And yes, and that was normal for my experiences to see people go in after the detonation and do what they could to help the people that were inside or the people that were hurt outside.
Okay, and so at that point, what happened?
At that point, I made the decision not to detonate the Tomahawk on its designated target, and I flew it safely off into a mountain and detonated it there where it didn't hurt anybody.
Okay, and what people need to understand is that you were completely in charge of the controls at that point, right?
Yes.
So it wasn't the other two people that you're working with that necessarily agreed with that decision. This was your own decision?
This was my own decision, and there was nothing that the other two people could have done to make it happen, because there was just no time in between when they realized something was up and then the missile was destroyed instantly after that.
Okay.
Certainly they realized afterwards what I'd done, and that it wasn't going to go good when we got home.
All right, and at this point you were in northern Iraq?
Yes.
And how far away from the place of detonation, so to speak, were you?
That time we were probably 2 miles away.
But you had line of sight, as you
Yes.
call it.
We always tried to get up as high as possible and extend line of sight as far as we could. Didn't need to get close, so we tried not to.
Okay, and as far as that goes, what do you use for line of sight, just out of curiosity? Were you using some specialized equipment in order to see the target area?
The box, as we called it, use a narrowband microwave frequency that was encrypted to sync up with the missile when it came into line of sight. The reason we would use that type of communication is because it was hard to interrupt or jam.
Okay, but so your visual was good. Is that what you're saying?
Well, we would have visual of the target, but I would also have visual of the target via the camera in the Tomahawk. So
I see.
I could
So you
fly
were
it via the
actually-
camera.
Oh, really? So
Yeah.
you actually were riding, in a sense, riding along with the missile when
Mhm.
it went to its target?
Yeah.
Wow.
The fact that there's cameras in Tomahawk missiles was ultra top secret. And then I happened to notice when we were launching Tomahawks on Libya just last year that they showed the camera picture from the Tomahawk, and I just wondered if most people knew how many things they saw on TV that 10 years ago were ultra top secret.
Yeah, well, no, I think that that's important for people to realize is that what's happening right now is that we have an asymmetrical war being conducted just as it was back then. The difference, I think, is that some of these incidents do get reported in the news. We do hear about the U.S., for example, attacking in areas of Pakistan, areas of Syria, from what I understand, periodically, right?
Yes, and a lot of that information doesn't come from journalists or news reporters. It comes from assets that I would say are doing what they can to fight for the country, even though they work for the military.
Okay, okay. To trying to get the word out as to what our government is actually up to.
I believe the proper term is whistleblowers.
Okay. Hurrah, or as they say, whatever. So what happened? Okay, so this happened, and then what happened when you returned? Or what was the trajectory?
Nothing per se happened when I returned, but a month after that incident, I found myself facing general court-martial for unrelated charges.
Okay, so you literally went back to base and there was no repercussions? No one said, what did you do with the other missile? Why did you fly it off target?
During debrief, I mean, there was some very upset people, and why did you do? And many conversations with many different people about saying exactly what I said to the person before them, but I was adamant that it was a mission gone bad and I wasn't going to kill a whole bunch of rescue workers, and I thought it was left at that.
So you continued to be called on assignments after that, right? You and your team.
I didn't go on another mission before I was facing court-martial, no.
And what was the period of time between those two things?
It was a month or less.
Oh, so you immediately were, it's pretty much, I mean, 1 month of downtime, and then you were called into court-martial.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and that was for what?
That was for what they said was child rape, which it definitely was not true.
Okay, so basically you're based on a boat, ship, from 1992 until this time, which was 97?
Yes, I was based on a ship, but realized we weren't always on the ship and we weren't always in the Persian Gulf.
Okay, so was this on leave, an incident that happened when you were on leave?
This was an incident that happened 2 years earlier when we were back in home port in San Diego.
Okay, and just to summarize that quickly, the situation was what?
The situation, what actually happened was I found myself in a situation where I was having consensual sex with a 16-year-old girl when I was 25 years old. Not what they characterized it in my court-martial as.
Okay, so she was 16, but you thought, but even that was underage, or I don't even know what the laws are.
Well, the laws in California at the time were that 16 and 17-year-olds could consent. That law has since changed. Now it's a misdemeanor for 16 and 17-year-olds to have sex with people over the age of 18, which is why I didn't get charged in the civilian community. I was charged via court-martial.
Okay. So they went back 2 years prior and charged you, and did you know why? Like, I mean, you basically put 2 and 2 together and figured that they were targeting you somehow. Can you describe what the rationale is on the part of the military and how you explained how they kind of have something on each person?
Well, the rationale is obvious. If the military has something that they can use against you, which in my particular case was obvious, they can not only use the situation but blow it completely out of proportion. And in the military justice system, there is no real recourse to being able to prove yourself innocent of charges. More typically, you're found guilty long before you ever make it into your court-martial. You don't have the right of a jury of your peers. Your jury consists of military personnel that are senior to you in rank and that have an overwhelming desire to protect their career over what they decide in your court-martial.
So, in other words, they're sort of conditioned to find you guilty regardless, because that works in their favor.
Absolutely, because if you go into a room being told by somebody that's in authority over you that a person is guilty, it's nearly impossible to be an impartial juror at that point. I think Bradley Manning could tell us all about that.
Okay, yeah, no, that's pertinent, actually. Okay, so at this point, you've actually, gone against orders. They decided they want to pull you back into rank, or whatever you call that, rank and file. So yeah. What did happen then?
Shortly after I was charged, I was contacted by my SEAL team lead officer, who was a lieutenant, and he gave me the option of rolling the dice and facing my court-martial and pretty much guaranteeing that I would spend 11 years in Leavenworth, Kansas, or I could take a slap on the wrist, plead guilty to something completely innocuous, and go back to work and do my job as a good sailor would and blow up targets with Tomahawk missiles and not say anything about it to anybody. That's what I chose to do.
And you also suggested that they sort of had something on the other members of your team as well?
I believe they had something on every member of our team, because we all had at least one skeleton that we all knew about. So it was definitely something that would make it so they could pick and choose and destroy the life and career of any member of our team and easily get away with it.
Okay, if for some reason one of them decided not to follow orders or be insubordinate in some fashion.
Or something similar to what I did.
Okay. All right, so when you did what you did you have the sympathy, assuming that everyone found out about it, did you have the sympathy not only of the people, the 2 on your team, but other team members, or was there, were they not sympathetic?
Yes and no. Really, the only 2 people that had all the information were the 2 people that were on my team. We were fairly well compartmentalized from each other. The other members of the other 2 teams got the military's version of the story long before they ever heard mine. So when you're given the military version and the guy you know's version, it's very conflicting, and I'm sure most people saw it for exactly what it was, but at the same time didn't want to believe anything but the military version because they don't want to think about the reality if my version was the true version.
Okay, because what your version, in essence, said was that not only was 2 Tomahawk missiles overkill to begin with, but that on top of it, these were soft targets, and that targets in and of themselves were suspicious, right?
Correct. And basically hammering me let everybody else know in the group that all the complaining and all of the trying to, bring out the reality of what was happening was not appreciated, and it didn't matter. It made every member of the team feel like they ultimately had a gun to their head, and free will wasn't an option. Just do your job, don't think.
So what happened at this point? You accepted the deal, and then what happened?
I accepted the deal. I pled guilty to a charge of unlawful carnal knowledge of a minor. I swear. Very Van Halen, but...
Okay.
And went back to work under the guise that I was in jail. Everybody that I was related to or that was involved in the court-martial was told that I pled guilty and went to jail. What actually happened was I pled guilty, got on an airplane, and proceeded to spend the next 3 years in the Persian Gulf doing...
Okay. Interesting. So you're saying the civilian world, is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
The civilian world heard you were charged with this and pled guilty.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So then you went back to work, and you were basically so then at that point what happened? I mean, you continued to target soft targets?
At that point, it was fairly obvious that we were the team that would get the hardest targets. Not militarily hard, but the hardest to blow up.
Meaning the softest
the
targets?
softest targets, the one that were most obviously not military assets, not worth the amount of explosives that we were using. At that point, the targets became plainly obvious that it was a terrorist-based mission, and the reasons that we used the missiles and the explosives and where we targeted was to scare people and not to blow things up.
Okay, but you did blow things up.
Yeah, but it was not... The destruction wasn't the main mission. The main mission was to scare the people that survived and get them talking. And
was it to turn them? I guess I'm kind of. It's interesting because at that point they have like a captive audience, so to speak, in you guys, such that they can do whatever they want with you, and you can't complain, you can't object, because you're sort of under a certain level of coercion to be quiet, right, and do your job, regardless of what they ask you to do. So they can really sort of run you all over the countries, doing whatever they want. But how does this sort of state-sponsored terrorism, as it were, facilitate an agenda? Do you know, like, how it links up?
I can see it more properly in hindsight now, but it's very easy to understand. What we were doing was creating the problem. When enough people are left behind with enough dead and injured relatives that strapping a bomb on themselves and doing a suicide mission seems very reasonable.
After you've been
after your mother, your father, your wife, your sisters, your brothers, your sons, your daughters are killed in a Tomahawk missile attack.
Which they knew would be an American attack, right?
They knew better than anybody that they were American missile attacks.
Okay.
Most Iraqis were well aware of Tomahawk missiles, what they did, how they did it, and more importantly, how many people they killed.
Okay.
It was a big deal to them. They didn't like that terrorism.
So in a sense, it was homegrown terrorism being bred out of these incidents. That
Correct.
The U.S. was actually creating the problem, as you rightly said.
Correct. That also coupled with our occupation of bases in Saudi Arabia. Plenty of people in Saudi Arabia were very, very unhappy about us being there long after the first Gulf War.
This is 1997. You've been called back on duty, and you said for the next 3 years you're given targets that are highly suspicious, and basically we are creating terrorists that will sort of facilitate the so-called war on terror by actually manifesting that ourselves.
Correct. I can unequivocally say that the targets that we were given and the way we were used was solely for the purpose of creating massive amounts of fear in the general public of northern Iraq, and rumors and stories of which filtered all throughout the Middle East. Definitely in 1998, I would say that the average Middle Eastern person knew for sure that the U.S. military was targeting civilians under the guise of combating terrorism.
At that point, your sort of mental state must not have been great, right?
No, I was very distant and dark. I was only able to deal with the fact that I had to do what I did because I knew that the consequences would just put me in jail.
Would you say that that was true of the other team members as well, or?
Certainly, everybody was well aware of my situation after that, and my situation coupled with the targets and the evolution of what we were doing as far as warfare was plainly obvious to everybody that was performing missions.
Okay. So what happened then at that point?
Basically, we continued on to go after these soft targets and do our jobs and not really say anything. That climaxed in December of 2000 for me and my group. During the time that we operated in northern Iraq, we found certain groups of indigenous population that we would consider assets and would use on a semi-regular basis to accomplish our missions. In turn, we would help the indigenous people of the villages with food, water, ammunition, protection, intelligence, give them what we could to pay them back for the kindness that they offered us when we needed help.
Okay, and these individuals or the villages where you were finding shelter, so to speak, were they among Kurds or among Shiites?
Kurds and Shiites. Sunni sect wouldn't help us.
Oh, all right.
But the Shiites and the Kurds, they were more than happy to try and do something positive for their country, to try and help the U.S. military. So eventually the dictatorship that existed in the country would eventually fall and they would have democracy and freedom. That's what they believed.
That's the rationale that they were sold, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't propaganda. It was more of a choice between the lesser of two evils, I guess is the easiest way to say it.
So, okay, so this went on until 2000, and then what happened?
In December of 2000, we came back to a village that we were using as an asset. And on the mission before this one, we had gotten intelligence from the village elder that described an imminent attack on U.S. soil that involved pilots. Did not understand what the information meant, but we took it back to base and reported it, and didn't think much of it. Later, very soon after that, we went on another mission, came back to the village, and discovered that the village was destroyed in a Tomahawk missile attack. At that point, we were psychologically broken as to how we were being used and the obviousness of that village being destroyed. There was no military significance whatsoever. In destroying the village, there was probably 30, 35 people, and no permanent structures other than 3. And
initially, and so
before it was destroyed, these
right.
people lived very simple lives. They were very nomadic and detached, and there would be no reason whatsoever to bomb that particular target unless the information that we obtained was significant.
But you didn't bomb them.
No, it was another one. It was another team that knew of the village, but when they destroyed the village, they didn't know who they were bombing. They were told lies.
Okay, so and this is, in theory, one of the teams of the 9?
It was one of the other teams in SEAL Team 9, and I know which team it was. When we got back home from the mission, and I actually got into a violent altercation with the person on that team that does the job that I do for my team. And it sent shockwaves through the 9s. It really fractured things and tore us apart. In my estimation, it was probably either the end of the end or the beginning of the end of the SEAL Team 9 program and its mission. Certainly at that time, we were seeing the evolution of drones come online, and more often we were being assigned drones as assets, so we were aware of them and their capabilities on missions. And shortly after that, drones became weapons-based platforms, and they started using the much more humane Hellfire missile to accomplish the goals that we were accomplishing with Tomahawk missile attacks.
When you say much more humane, are you joking?
Tongue-in-cheek, Hellfire missile has a 25-pound warhead. Tomahawk missile has 250-pound warhead. Yes, a drone can minimize collateral damage, however, we are where we are today, and we know that there's lots of collateral damage with drone-based missile attacks.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't even realize that drones were military, equipped to, I thought they were simply surveillance.
Most people don't. Not one of those well-advertised things that our media keeps us up on.
Right. Okay. So at this point, you basically had what you call an altercation with the individual who bombed this group of people who had been giving you guys shelter. Who, in a sense, it was almost like I don't know if it's like a shelter or a home base for you guys. This small village, right? So the village is destroyed.
It wasn't a home base. It was It was an asset that we used in a military sense, but at the same time, we developed an emotional connection to the people of the village. We knew who they were. We knew what they were about. We knew the basicness of their living and how they went about. And destroying that village and killing all those people was unnecessary and sad.
Okay. So at this point, what happened within your sort of when you attacked the person, did you almost kill them?
Yeah, I got into a fight with them. Did go overboard, and the physical violence was enough to put him in the hospital and threaten his life. I'm pretty sure the only reason I was able to do that level of damage was because that person didn't fight back. Certainly we're evenly matched as far as hand-to-hand weapons combat at any other given time. The fact that I almost killed him doesn't seem possible unless he felt guilty and just didn't fight back.
Okay. So at that point, what happened?
At that point, it was pretty obvious to the powers that be that I was never going to be able to be used in the capacity that I was being used anymore. I was never going to be able to designate missile attacks and kill people. So I was taken out of service and put in a psychological hospital for 6 months. I spent most of my time in a drug-induced haze/coma, experiencing wild hallucinations, paranoia, and treatment programs that focused my mind solely on fear and distorted reality and believing in a bunch of things that were only manifesting themselves because of the drugs, the hallucinogens, the psychotropics.
So they were basically messing with you at that point through, would you call it mind control techniques?
I would more correctly characterize it as mind destruction or psychological destruction, stripping me from all reality as far as, up and down, left, right. Perception became something that was very fluid and could be influenced very easily.
Okay. So, and this went on for 6 months, did you say?
6 months. Towards the end of the 6 months, the drugs stopped. I came out of my cloud, I guess is the best way to put it, and was told that I was being released from the military and that everything was going to be fine, and that they just made the decision that my 10-year mark, which was when I was supposed to get out of the military. I was pretty happy about that. Especially after the 6 months of what I would easily classify as torture. I would have done anything to get out of that.
I understand. Would you say, though, that, and you alluded to this off camera, the coincidence is a bit sort of mind-bending, if you will, that you actually got out on your supposed planned release date,
Correct.
had none of these other altercations, et cetera, happened along the way?
According to my court-martial, I should have spent 11 years in prison. According to paperwork that I have, I spent exactly 3 years and 1 month in prison and got out at exactly the time I would have gotten out if I would have otherwise been discharged. So the two questions I would ask is, do we normally let people out 8 years early, and do we normally pay them while they're in prison? I don't think those would be easy questions for anybody to answer inside the military right now. And I've proven that since I've gotten out.
You know, there's so many avenues we could go down, and I did ask you to watch the video of Duncan O'Finian, which you weren't familiar with prior to our interview.
Didn't know he even existed prior to you mentioning it. So.
Okay, and do you want to say your reaction to seeing that?
My reaction would be mostly based on my perspective and what I know, and in a word, the things that I heard and the information that he gave were eerily similar to many, many aspects of my training. It was quite spooky, the things that he went through and the things that I went through, how strangely they coincided. And I understand completely why you would bring it up, because they are, for all intents and purposes, parallel paths that we both experienced on some level.
At this point, you got out of the military. What happened then?
I got out in June of '01. I went back home to Salt Lake City, Utah, and got a construction job, and was going to be completely content putting all of my military past behind me and moving on with my life. On September 11th, however, that thought process got majorly interrupted when the Twin Towers were attacked, the Pentagon, and another flight was hijacked. It was at that point, based on my experience, that I looked at the events of 9/11 and drew much, much different conclusions about the whys and wherefores of the event, and some major, major problems with the popular story, based on what happened. Certainly, if you're the guy that for 8 years drove planes into buildings, you might see the correlation between somebody coming back and doing it to us.
But when you're saying drove planes into, you're actually referring to the Tomahawk missile as a kind of a plane?
Tomahawk missile flies like an airplane. It acts like an airplane. It can be controlled with normal airplane controls. It has wings, it has tail fins, it has a rudder, it has a jet engine. It sounds like a jet. It would be hard, based on the fact that they fly very low to the ground and they fly very fast, to get a good look at it enough to be able to tell it from a typical airline plane to a Tomahawk missile. Certainly all anybody would get is a glimpse.
Okay, and basically you also talked about the, because they said there was a missile that hit the Pentagon, that it wasn't a plane, and you actually have some very good evidence, in a sense, to substantiate that was much more likely to be a Tomahawk missile.
Correct. The best information out there, in my opinion, is a documentary called Loose Change. It tells out all the information in much, much greater detail than I can express it. But the one important thing that I noticed was the turn that the airliner supposedly made before it actually hit the Pentagon. That turn would be almost impossible to make with a 757. If you want to fire up your flight simulator and buy all the controls that airplanes have and try to do it on a flight simulator, I think you would find that you crash the plane every time. However, that turn was something that I had seen many, many, many times when I used that turn to overfly a target, come around and hit it again after I'd marked on top and verified that that indeed was the actual target with the inboard camera in the missile. Also, where an airliner's wings are particularly susceptible to damage, and knocking over 5 light poles would be an issue when you were trying to control the aircraft at low and slow, like they were. Tomahawk missiles' wings are reinforced and aren't filled with fuel, and very, very hardened surfaces that make it so if the missile's ever attacked, it would still fly into its target. Certainly it could knock over 5 light poles and not even blink before it hit the Pentagon. The other eerie part about the whole situation is that it hit the Pentagon at the one area of the Pentagon that had just received a reinforcement or an upgrade that made it the most reinforced part of the building. The part of the building that would be damaged least by an attack. Couple that with the fact that there wasn't any jet fuel blowing it up, and that the wingspan of an airplane driving into that building doesn't match a 757. You model a Tomahawk missile and its flight path and payload and wingspan and all the other technicalities of it, and I think you would find that the estimated damage of what that attack would cause to the Pentagon at that particular area would fit very nicely with the actual damage that happened to the Pentagon in that particular area.
And the fact that they had evacuated, or at least that a lot of people were not there, and that, didn't you also allude to the fact that it appeared that there was evidence that Cheney had been waiting for the
in the documentary Loose Change, it does have some pretty damning evidence that the vice president was well aware of the attack. Then again, you could look at the reaction of President Bush at the time that he was notified and realized, assume that somebody knew something ahead of time. Well, his reaction would be stereotypical of that, in my mind.
What you also alluded to was the idea that you weren't the only one who, or your group, your SEAL team, weren't the only ones that had received advance warning of 9/11 during the time prior to that. Is that right?
No, I would say most government agencies received some notification or some warning of the attack ahead of time. Certainly there's more than enough actual evidence out there today that's as easy as getting on YouTube and doing a search to find. After that, I spent a lot of time and effort going back and connecting a bunch of little pieces of information that, if somebody was doing their job back then, could have easily determined exactly what was going to happen and prevented it.
Okay, meaning you went back and looked at intelligence that had come in over the years, or?
Not over the years, but over the weeks and months prior to 9/11.
Okay. So at that point, you're in a situation where you have actually been sort of, as you call, flying these planes into buildings using Tomahawk missiles. 9/11 happens. You suddenly, in a sense, that's like a wake-up call, I would imagine.
Oh, it was a huge wake-up call, because now I knew what the incident involving pilots was all about. And if I knew about it, who else knew? Who else should have known? Lots and lots of questions came into my mind very quickly. And also watching the demolition of Building 1, 2, and 7, based on the fact that I've seen a lot of buildings blown up. And I've seen a lot of buildings demolitioned on purpose. Most Americans haven't seen a lot of buildings blown up. They've just seen a lot of buildings demolition on purpose and really can't separate the two. When they see a building being demolished and hear it's being blown up, they mesh those two together and just assume that that's what they saw. If you know anything about the physics of explosives and actually blowing buildings up, very rarely, no matter how much ordnance you use on it, does it fall down completely, even tiny buildings. But what I saw on that day was buildings falling down as if they had no structural support anywhere throughout the building.
In other words, a demolition.
The only way that can happen is if all of the support throughout the building is removed specifically on time and on purpose. Certainly if Tower 1 and 2 fell down the way from the destruction that they said that it fell down from, the top of the building would fall down, and then it would slow down because it was meeting the resistance of the structure below it. That never occurred. It fell straight through the building all the way to the ground with very little in the way to stop it. Again, any demolitions expert could tell you beyond a shadow of a doubt that that's absolutely impossible. You couple that with the information that when the Twin Towers were built, that they were built to withstand a 707 attack, and they were engineered specifically for that possibility. And you know, the 707 and the 757 aren't that far apart in dimensions, fuel payload, fuel to weight ratio, actual weight, pretty much all the same thing. Prior to 9/11, all of the information says that attacking either of those buildings with an airliner and driving it into the building couldn't knock it down.
Okay.
And certainly it wouldn't knock down the building next to it.
Okay. So at this point, you know, because this is not really, I mean, 9/11 plays in, but this story goes on beyond that. So at this point, what happens in your life? What goes on?
At the time of 9/11, I had just gotten out of 3 months removed from the worst nightmare I could ever imagine in my life. I was not anxious to go back to that. So I kept my head down and I didn't say anything, and I wasn't about to tell people what I knew. Things had to evolve more and more out of control, and eventually they did, to the point where, you know, I was hearing that Iraq possessed weapons of mass destruction, which I knew couldn't be possible based on the fact that we had blown everything up that could even be remotely classified as a weapon of mass destruction. The country was not capable of sustaining a weapons of mass destruction program based on the amount of devastation that we had been pouring on it for the past decade. And so I knew something was up after that. The enactment of the Patriot Act further solidified my problem-solution beliefs on what happened with 9/11. Ergo, we created a problem and then were given the solution. And we never really questioned that solution. Never were really told that, yeah, but they attacked us because we had been attacking them for the past decade.
Okay, well, the understanding, though, is that they actually didn't attack us, that this was an inside job on top of all of that. So
Certainly, if a Tomahawk missile hit the Pentagon, I do have some questions about what happened to the airliner that was supposed to have hit the Pentagon, and also the one that crashed in Pennsylvania.
Right, supposedly.
Doesn't look to me like the crater of a full-size airliner. Looks something more akin to what it would look like if I popped a cruise missile over, did an Emblem turn, and drove it straight into the ground.
Okay.
If you know those little wing marks that everybody sees in the middle of that bomb crater, don't have any charring around them. And if those were the wing marks of an airliner, those wings would have been full of fuel, they would have had engines on them, and they definitely would have burned. I think it's pretty obvious when you look at the TV footage of the wreckage around those two sites. The wreckage was mangled, bent, but not burned.
At this point, you've had a wake-up call, and what happens in your life, because you also talked about a certain degree of surveillance, that you didn't just walk away from the military. At some point, you were under the purview of the DIA, is that correct?
Yeah. Everybody that possesses a level of clearance above top secret is watched and monitored long after they lose access to that level of clearance. Certainly a secret is still a secret, even if you don't let the person that knows the secrets know any more secrets. So no matter what they did, I possessed a huge amount of information that the population in large needed to be kept secret from. So yes, you get used to a regular amount of surveillance, a regular amount of interference, regular communications with some mysterious people that come up to you and just start talking that you've never met before, but they seem to know everything about you. And that was what I experienced between 2001 and 2007-ish.
So at this point, you have been spending from 2001, when you had sort of a wake-up call, what did you do? Did you just continue to do jobs, or?
I continued to do jobs. I ended up going to college and getting my degree in electrical engineering. I worked for a fairly large medical laser company, and then shortly after that started my own business.
Okay, and the business was what?
Repair and maintenance of medical laser equipment and medical light equipment.
I mean, you didn't address this thing where you actually are a registered offender?
Yeah, that was part of the monitoring program that worked out very effectively. When I was discharged from the military, what they didn't tell me is that I was not going to be given a choice. I was going to be forced to register as a sex offender. And I basically had to either sign paperwork that said I would agree to that, or face my criminal sentence and go for another 8 years in Leavenworth. Once again, I made the obvious choice and got out of the military and decided that the registration program wouldn't be nearly as big a deal as going to jail.
Okay, so they registered you in, I don't know, was this known neighborhood? I don't know anything about it.
The registration program, when it started out, was fairly innocuous. Rather, the worst part of it was having your picture splashed online with a bunch of other people who probably had more inclination to going after children than I did. Over time, the buildup of what I was seeing and what I was experiencing and what I knew from my previous military experience in what I learned since getting out of the military, it began to build and build and build and build until it eventually got to the point where even I couldn't take it anymore. And at that point, I began, looking up information on the internet, doing research, information gathering, kind of quote-unquote building my case. Shortly after I began doing that, I was contacted by a group of people that were also doing the exact same thing and were much more aware of who I was and what my experience in the military was on a top secret level. I was very surprised by that. But I learned very quickly that there's people out there with a huge amount of information that are fighting for the good guys.
Okay, so in essence, you were contacted by a group of what we call white hats.
White hats, I call them oath keepers, but essentially they're the patriots that our government would classify as terrorists.
Okay. But they are ex-military by and large, and some of them are still in the military.
I would assume a large number are still in the military or the government in the FBI, Secret Service, CIA, any alphabet agency. There's got to be a percentage of people that are seeing the day-to-day and going, this is wrong, we got to do something.
So they contacted you?
Yes, and over the course of a few months, I was vetted. And if you don't know the meaning of the word, that is a cute term for saying how much you could be trusted and how much you would lie and what you didn't want to talk about. When you figure out that the people on the other side of the vetting process already know all that and they're just trying to figure you out and see if all that's true, if you respond exactly the way that you are portrayed in their minds, it's very encouraging. And, they knew my deepest, darkest secrets, and they knew even more than that. And when I came out with the information I did, I kind of graduated and got a trusted role in a very compartmentalized world.
Okay. But at the same time, there was some kind of incident, wasn't there, with the DIA in which you started to refuse to be dealt with the way they wanted you to be dealt with?
Right. Shortly after I decided that I was going to do what it took to see my part of justice being brought into the limelight and into popular knowledge of the world. I also told the DIA handlers that visited me shortly after that incident that they could not bother talking to me anymore because I wasn't going to be handled by the government. And I was going to be a problem, and I was going to be a loose end. And I was going to be somebody that they had to worry about.
Okay, and then what happened to your livelihood in terms of your business?
Over the course of 2 years, my business was destroyed. My clients were all mysteriously notified of my sex offender status. Many of my neighbors were visited by the police and had information brought to light to scare them. Fortunately, they didn't know that my next door neighbor was my best friend, and I helped him get the house, so that's how I know this all happened. But basically, it got to the point where I was being followed by the police, Las Vegas Metro Police Department, when I was living in Las Vegas at the time, being pulled over, ticketed, arrested, and more or less harassed, both me and my fiance, on a ongoing basis. It reached a climax in April of last year, when the final straw, where they set up a massive amount of traffic enforcement for no particular reason whatsoever that they can explain, and pulled me over that day on the way to a competition, a bodybuilding competition, that I was going to be going to with my fiance, and it was the only way that they would have any idea of where I would be and when I would be there. And so they used that to their advantage. I have had several incidents similar to that happen, but managed to slip through their little nets every time since then. And fairly confident that I will continue to do that until such time as I have the opportunity to make it so that can't be used against me as a weapon anymore. And this video should be a big part of that.
So you're working with this group, and one of the reasons you came to me was actually because of this Defense Authorization Act.
Yes. That sent shockwaves through the community that I'm involved in. Basically, that is the final straw of the complete erosion of constitutional rights. It literally has government giving itself permission to violate the rest of the Constitution. And that has a lot of people concerned. And a lot of people would like to see something done about that. And it's my opinion and their opinion that something could be done about that. Because, quite honestly, we are a false flag away from enacting all of that legislation that's just been created.
Right. I would agree with you on that.
One disaster away from lock up everybody who we say is a terrorist, and nobody will question who's a terrorist.
Right. So you and this group are basically, in a sense, coming to Camelot to get a hearing for you specifically in relation to some of the things that have happened to you, right? But at the same time to bring notice to the public that this Defense Authorization Act is going to be a huge, well, it is a violation of every constitutional right out there, but that it pushes the envelope to such a degree that it must be dealt with. And you're suggesting certain strides be taken, right?
Yes. It's a very simple process if you understand how the problem-solution effect works. In order to create the problem, you can't have everybody know about it. You can't have everybody talking about it. You can't have everybody saying, well, yeah, now we're just waiting for the next false flag. If that information is too widely known and too widely held, the next false flag would blow up in their face and cause a shift in public consciousness to say, no, this is just our government messing with us, as opposed to panicking us into a blind fear.
Right. So we'll then allow them to go to war in a full-fledged war,
right,
instead of this this sort of sporadic war that they're conducting, right?
Correct. And the popular belief is there's a very, very easy way to prevent that from happening, and to get that information out to the public, it has been surmised that if we bring that to the level that it's at, if we address the issue directly via our constitutional rights and begin to notify the public in general that this is a problem and that it needs to be dealt with, and the way that's been proposed to me and to a lot of people is to create a petition that calls for the impeachment of every political person in Congress and the presidency that enacted this legislation as treasonous. Because it is treason to attempt to alter the Constitution through an unconstitutional means. If you create a law that circumvents the Constitution, you commit treason.
Fair enough. We haven't actually talked about your special training.
No.
And why it is that you do have some parallels with Duncan O'Finian. And so having talked about the sort of Defense Authorization Act, at least on a very surface way, and explained that is your motivation, can we actually go down that road to where we talk about where you've been and some of the information you have? Because I don't know if it's your clearance level that gave you that, the additional information about black projects and about certain aspects of, well, to name Area 51 specifically, possibly other places that you haven't told me about yet. Do you want to go, start down that road slightly?
Sure. The level of secrecy and secret facilities and the capabilities of our nationally kept secrets would shatter most people's imagination of what is possible. Area 51, Los Alamos, Dulce, 100 other top secret bases where information is kept or hidden from the public in general, it would be very hard to accept that all of this information that is currently held secret and classified is actually real.
And you know this because why?
Because I've experienced things in the military that I've then told people about, and by and large, people that have never held a top secret clearance would call me either, at the mildest, a liar, the greatest accusation, crazy. Certainly my experience at Area 51 and PSY training and what I learned there and the abilities that evolved from that training session that we all seem to pick up on rather easily were most easily described to the layman as Jedi skills. It's very easy, if you know what I know, to see the correlation between what happens in the movie in the Jedi training and what happens in Area 51 and PSY training. Certainly, we in the Nines all possessed a certain level of intuition and ability that would seem advanced to anyone who watched us use it.
Can you elaborate on what you may have come across? Because if you're using these abilities, you're in Area 51, at what level did you go down to, or whatever? Are you aware of off-world craft? And I mean, you know what's out there in I'm not sure how much you know about Camelot, but I assume that you know the general amount of information on the internet. What can you substantiate having personal sort of knowledge of?
Extra beyond human abilities for every human not subject to popular belief, but we as human beings are far more capable of using many, many advanced skills beyond 5 senses. With a little bit of training and the knowledge that it was actually possible, most people could accurately predict the possibilities of the future, to know when other people were thinking about them, pick up on what is easy to describe as reading people, where you don't really need to use your 5 senses to be able to know what somebody else is thinking or feeling. A lot of that has to do simply with the belief that and the understanding that it's possible. That opens up a lot of doors.
Finian talks about having been enhanced physically. Do you feel that you were enhanced physically?
No. When I hear Duncan's story, the things that he experienced are very similar to what I experienced, based on the fact that you were never told that the actual belief in what you were doing was giving you the ability. You were giving something, a caveat, a carrot, an enhancement. They could jam a small piece of metal in your arm, and that's enough to get you believing that you have these abilities, and they turn on. But one really doesn't have anything to do with the other, per se. I have had a device implanted in me, and I later was of the understanding that that device did not do what I was told it was doing. It was not to provide enhancement, it was to provide monitoring.
Mm-hmm.
And
but you're basically saying that it's the mental abilities that you, it's like placebo in a sense. As long as you believe it,
it's the placebo
it then
effect.
gives you that ability to do superhuman type things.
Right, and that's very important because if you teach people these things, you want to be able to turn those things off. If you want to take those abilities away from people if you don't want them to have them anymore. So if you tell them the true nature of the abilities, then you can't take belief away anymore. You have to pull the piece of metal out of the arm that says you don't have the enhancement anymore.
Well, it's the Tin Man.
Yes.
And, being told that he doesn't have a heart, he needs to have a heart installed, when in fact he had a heart all along.
Exactly.
Or maybe that's the lion. I forget who. But several.
Lion was courage. Yeah.
Yeah, several of the beings in that story. Okay, well that's very valuable. So you basically were given that kind of thing, and I would say that.
And let me interject. The 6 months where I was undergoing all the psychological treatment, I did go through a period of time where I believed all of my abilities to be gone or taken away. In 2008, with some help, I was able to transcend the barrier that kept me from using those talents. And now I've been able to refine and enhance those abilities far beyond the levels that I had in the military, which comes in handy when cops chase your cell phone GPS.
Okay, absolutely. All right, so, but to get back to Area 51, and I understand that at this point you would be violating a security oath to talk about it, right?
Let me put it in terms that it's easier for me to say and not have to go into the details of how I know, but just that I know. I'll present it to everybody very simply. What could be so important at Area 51 that would require the level of secrecy that is in existence around that facility? Well, certainly if I said that we kept the U.S. space fleet there and that space fleet was what we would understand to be UFOs, even though the technology is easy to describe and easy to talk about and easy to educate people on. You need a lot of background in the evolution of the science that makes those things possible to be able to accept that the U.S. has dozens, if not hundreds, of vehicles that are more than capable of space flight, and make it so we would have a fleet of vehicles that would be seemingly extraterrestrial. And the reason that has to be kept that way is because if you know that those vehicles exist, you start to question the technology that they're based on. And when you start to do that, then you start to question why we're still using petroleum products and solid rocket boosters and everything else, and things get quickly out of hand after that. So to keep those vehicles a secret is to keep everything else a secret, which is why you would need that level of security to prevent anybody from finding out about it.
Okay, but that space fleet, as you call it, is capable of going
anywhere easily throughout the solar system without much time or hindrance to the occupants.
Okay, and explain how fast one could get to Mars, for example.
Just below the speed of light.
Okay, but in an hour?
A day, I would.
A day.
Say would be more reasonable.
Okay.
Incredibly fast.
Okay, have you seen these vehicles yourself?
I've seen one type of one vehicle.
Okay.
And compared to when I saw it, which was more than 10 years ago, and what should exist now, I would say that it was a tinker toy bucket of parts compared to what we should have in existence now, based on the evolution of the technology that I know. As far as the off-world basis, I do not possess any personal knowledge. I do, however, believe in and have seen information that would suggest that anybody with a decent telescope could take a look at both the surface of the moon and the surface of Mars and see some things that look very terrestrial.
Sure.
And things that didn't exist 20, 30 years ago. One of the caveats that I do have some personal information that I did get personally involved in was some information that had to do with the Stargates and Looking Glass, and more specifically the 2012 problem with those projects. I guess, popular opinion of what's out there right now is that the project was shut down because there was a problem when we approached 2012. I've heard it described a number of ways, but to my knowledge, the problem is that the timelines converge on that point in time. And when you know enough about the Stargate projects and the Looking Glass project to know that how string theory works and how the possibility of possibilities works and how making one choice over here doesn't necessarily mean that the other choice couldn't exist at the same time. But once you get your brain wrapped around this subject, you find out that at the end of 2012, in an easy way to put it, the choices that we make become less and less consequential to the future. And eventually we're pushed into this bottleneck of time, no matter which choice we make. And that's important to the people that had access to Looking Glass because they would use Looking Glass knowing the choices that they would make and the future would pop up. The big mistake was coming up with the possibility of future. And when we started using a computer to say, well, if we make this choice, it's 79% possible that this scenario happens, and 23% are possible, or whatever, you know, I'm using round numbers, that this scenario would happen. The understanding at the time was that was realistic. However, if you go down the road further and free will continues to exercise itself on this game, that 79% possibility sometimes changes very, very fast. But if you look at the situation in a point of time, it seems very realistic that that's the greatest possibility. What happened was people, very smart people, began to figure out that something big was coming up. Something that made it so all the possibilities of all the future scenarios of any choice, any possibility that was fed in and observed through the Looking Glass inherently ended up in the same future. And no decision and no possibility changed past a certain point. That's the big secret.
Okay, so is that certainly 2012 in your understanding?
It well coincides with December 21st, 2012.
So at that point, all possibilities lead to the same
timelines.
Rubicon.
All possible timelines lead to the same basic set of history in the future.
And what is that history to you? Did you know that, or did you find that out?
That is the big question. That is the big secret. That is what sends everybody that has all of the information, that knows everything, into a blind panic. The people that know everything about Looking Glass, that have gotten all the reports and all the information, the elites of the world, probably figured out that that was the end of the game, and nothing could be manipulated beyond that point.
So do you think that's held true? In other words, well, I have about 60 questions, but do you think that's true, or holding true, that nothing could be manipulated, that they haven't found a way to manipulate, that that's still the case? I mean, this is knowledge that you would have gained back when?
Back when I was in the military, it would have been before '97 when I got in trouble. And it was things that one of my particular areas that I was amazingly intuitive about is problem solving / mission planning, or more specifically, taking a bad mission and fixing it, getting everybody through and out of it.
Troubleshooting an optimum future.
Exactly. Certainly knowing how string theory and possible futures works makes it so you can work your mind very quickly to see the reality of what's happening and decide what decisions need to be made to change it for a particular outcome.
Okay, but at a certain point you said that even the powers that be, so to speak, realized that having even abilities such as yourself, you're talking about, which they, in theory, had even using a computer or looking glass.
Right. They had to use a computer to do it.
Right. So in essence, but at a certain point, it's still an end game. It's still, they cannot go beyond a certain point.
At a certain point, after they're done hearing the computer tell them, this is what's going to happen over and over and over and over again, all they become focused on is, how do we fix it?
Why? What is this that's going to happen?
The
You know that?
inevitable contraction of the timelines.
But what does that mean for this reality? Do you know that?
I don't know that. What I do know is that I was called in and asked to solve this problem, this timeline contraction problem. And I eventually did my due diligence and did all the investigating and basically only had one piece of information, and that was reinforcement. The computer's right. The timelines will contract down to some inevitable thing that you guys won't tell me about, so I can't help you.
But it's what you're basically, you came back with was, it is inevitable, whatever it is.
There is an inevitable event. It's been forecast, it's been predicted, it's been fed to us in a slop trough of what they want us to believe will happen.
But they don't actually
However,
know.
they don't actually have control over what happens. They only have control over the reaction, and it seems that no matter what they try to do to cause their desired reaction, it's going to have an opposite effect.
Interesting.
Now, it's much, much easier for me to explain today what that process is as opposed to back then. But if I had to give it a name, I would say it's the awakening process. It's an evolution of consciousness that cannot, will not, and no matter what decisions or possibilities are injected into the equation, eventually it all resolves down to us all learning the truth and becoming aware of this massive dam of lies that has been built that keep us from knowing massive volume of information that we should otherwise possess.
Okay, well that's very, very monumental to be told that from a person in your perspective, who's had your background and your exposure. Is it your understanding that the notion that Looking Glass has been, you know, that there are various looking glasses around the globe supposedly, that according to Dan Burish were shut down. Is it your understanding they're actually not shut down?
I believe that they're shut down because they are all saying the same thing, and they're completely useless at this point.
Is what you're saying.
Right. It's like the Wicked Witch, looking into the, magic mirror and always getting the same answer. Well, if you were always getting the exact opposite of the answer that you wanted, you'd stop talking to the mirror. And that's essentially what happened with Looking Glass, is no longer, not only did they not want people to use it anymore because they knew it was just going to burp out the same thing, but at the same time, they didn't want anybody else to know what it was saying, I'm sure. Because
they would lose control.
Because that information was of a monumental concern when I was in the military about how to prevent this inevitability. Now, at first, I thought it was end of the world. Now I see end of the world as end of their world.
Well said. Okay, but are you aware, do you know the difference between Looking Glass and the Yellow Cube?
Yes.
Okay, and are you aware of what happened to the Yellow Cube? and how it was used and so on?
I believe that the yellow cube still exists. I can't say for certain if it's on this planet, but I would say that it's definitely protected from use at this point.
Okay, well, that coincides with the testimony we got. Can you also verify that leaders of...
But let me say one thing about the yellow book and its differences with Looking Glass. The yellow cube or the yellow book would give you your possible future.
Yes.
So it took basically the choices that you would inherently make along a timeline and tell you what that timeline would be, given that you made all the choices that your brain would make.
Well, this is exactly what I was just going to ask you. What we were told is that leaders of governments and so on, people in high places, politically, would use this to try to see their most optimum future and then follow those. So they were using it to enhance their wealth, et cetera,
Yeah.
in a very egotistical way. And that was part of the problem with it. And that supposedly one of the specific things we were told had to do with Hillary. Are you aware of any of that?
You mean the 2012 protection for her?
Well, will you tell me what you know?
I don't have any first-hand knowledge of this. This is all back alley information. But one of the last predictions that was put out by the Yellow Cube was that for all intents and purposes, and this is just my level of understanding, is that Hillary Clinton would be president in 2012. And when the Yellow Cube is involved, it leads me to question what I know about Looking Glass and string theory along with that. The first question that anybody that knew anything about the process would know is who was using the cube
Right.
when it made that prediction. If I knew that, then I could tell you why it would predict what it predicted.
Wasn't there also an issue with, I'm not sure, but in using the Yellow Cube, Yellow Book, however you want to term it, that they actually had to use it through an intuitive who had a high vibration, had to be in the vicinity to, in a sense, be the go-between between the person who wanted to use the cube and the cube itself, because normally they didn't have the vibration necessary.
Correct. And that is a process that would prevent anomalies from popping out in predictions.
But it wouldn't completely...
No, and I'll tell you why. If it was used properly by somebody that knew how to use it and could eliminate their thought process from the machine's effective use, it would be very easy to get an exact, what future holds.
Right.
However, anybody that has that ability would inherently know that that information could not be given and would be protected. And that inherent notion would inject something into the Yellow Cube or the Yellow Book that would give an inaccurate statement. Just by the person that's using its intuition saying, if I tell the truth, it'll be bad. So the higher levels pick up on that and throw out a different scenario that isn't the truth.
It's in a sense the feedback loop gets dirtied somewhere along the line by exposure.
And that's why those pieces of technology should have never been used by humanity and its current level of understanding. Because for all intents and purposes, the technology doesn't work right when we use it.
Right, I totally get that. Okay, so to get back to Looking Glass and the possible futures that they do converge, and the notion of, is there anything else that you can tell us, that you would want to tell us about that and the rest of the laundry list of sort of information that you had direct to either for yourself or through someone that you had vetted?
The biggest cherry on top of all this conversation would be a synopsis to say that if I could convince everybody out there that for all intents and purposes, what we believe to be true eventually becomes true. If somebody convinces us that a major disaster is going to happen in the very near future, a major disaster happens in the very near future. If we don't buy into that fear and accept that there is really nothing that we know is going to happen, and accept of whatever happens, that makes the convergence of the timelines happen as naturally as possible. Any attempts to try to go away from this one inevitable conclusion, which I again see as a new beginning, an end of this reality, the beginning of something that we can't even possibly understand based on the level of our beliefs currently. But when all that information comes flooding out, there's going to be no denying what's true and what's a lie or what's illusion. We won't have the choice to believe that 9/11 happened because of a bunch of terrorists, because we'll know exactly what's happened. Basically what we're experiencing right now is two master chess players sitting at the board. And one of them looks down at the board and sees that he's in checkmate in 7 moves. And he looks across at his opponent and he knows that his opponent sees it too. So there's no getting out of it. So at this point, the loser can only prolong the game. The game, both players know the game is over. It's only a matter of time before he does this, and then you're forced to do this, and then he's forced to do this, and eventually checkmate. We, as a race, if we could understand that the game is over, that based on the rules of the game, the bad guys have already lost, the good guys have already won. Yes, there's moves left on the table, but those moves are being forced by the player that is going to win. The only way that checkmate can't happen is if the player that's winning makes a mistake. But from all of the information that I've gathered, all of the information that's been given, all of the information that's been vetted to me, it seems pretty obvious that the good guy player on the side of the chessboard knows exactly what has to be done to win the game. And so at this point, any mistake would be all but impossible. But again, you really have to understand the game to know that the guy that's losing is lost. And I'm sure most people sitting watching a chess match between two advanced chess players know the game's over long after the two players know it's over. because they can't see the board and see that there's only 7 moves left.
Okay, but when we come to this convergence, and again, you've seen, or the looking glass has seen up to that point.
Now, let me say why I believe that it comes down to one inevitability is because I was entrusted in getting it down to 2 possibilities. And I've heard both of those possibilities talked about in massive proportions, the good and the bad.
Okay, do you want to talk, so can you in one sentence say what the good was and the bad was, or are you able to do that?
To most easily put it to people,
I suppose.
One scenario is what most people would understand to be ascension, or an evolution of consciousness that brings us out of the cocoon and turns us into a butterfly. Timeline 2 is some kind of major global catastrophe that drives most of us underground and leaves a few of us on top to fend for ourselves.
Very well put. Okay, so I would imagine, and you can...
But I would also like to point it out that they call Timeline 2 Timeline 2. It seemed very odd to me that even back then it was identified as not 1. And that
Okay.
one
is the
didn't
ascension
get
one.
talked about.
Okay, but 1 is the one that involves what in essence would be ascension, or moving into, from the cocoon to the butterfly. Okay, but I believe, based on what you're telling me, that they would have used a lot of people like you that had a proclivity for being able to see the future, to be what is a sort of an advanced psychic remote viewer, whatever you want to call that, and looking glass, to posit these potential futures, to go up to that point and to view it, and that you're just one of many. Wouldn't you agree?
I would agree. And back in 1991, when I began my little adventure in the military, I would say that it was pretty obvious that there wasn't very many of us. However, you go 20 years into the future and you find out that it's coming to the point where there's a lot of people that have that ability, that are inherently realizing that ability, and are able, through some unknown extraordinary means, to develop that ability inside themselves without any outside help or assistance. And it's quite obvious that as far as advanced intellectual abilities, as far as simple intelligence levels, and cognitive skills of the human race has increased exponentially in the past 20 years. And people that were 10 years old in 1991 are now 30 years old and fully awake and conscious of this burning inside that says, I am a lot more than what I see in the mirror.
Absolutely. Okay. I do have a question in regard to what the military-industrial complex has been working on. Because with the knowledge that you say they have, assuming that they have this level of knowledge that you're talking about, right? In other words, of the timelines converging and the fact that there was going to be something. And I don't know if you saw the movie or the TV show Fast Forward. I mean, but there's been so many possible, scenarios in that regard. But one of the things that goes on is they are very busy building underground bases supposedly underground cities. And so they seem to be hedging their bets for the negative timeline and putting their emphasis there. And would you say that that is because why would somebody want something negative to come true? Well, of course, the Illuminati have a program that they're working on in that regard. But basically, the sort of well-meaning military that just goes after contingencies, and is just working towards a future that they want to prevent or deal with when it comes. Can you explain why they have been hedging their bets to such a degree on the negative?
It's very simple. They're insane. And beyond insane, they have literally deluded themselves into believing that they can somehow manage to get away with what they're trying to get away with. There is a distinct lack of reality in that thinking.
Okay, what about the notion that CERN, for example, is engaged in trying to beat that game, as you call it?
I would say, look at the problems CERN has had. The crazy little things that have kept that project from moving forward. Certainly, they have never even come close to getting that project to the level that they want it to be to do what they really want to do with it.
Okay, well, what about the notion that that's the party line, that they haven't been able to do so? But if you really think about it, that's what they would prefer people to believe, so that they don't think that there's a threat.
But when you listen to the interviews of the scientists that are working on the project, even they say that it seems like somebody or something from the future won't let them get that project done. And the craziest little things have caused massive damage to that project. And when you get the foremost thinker in string theory saying, yeah, I don't think we're going to do it because I don't think fate wants us to do it, that says something about a scientist.
Okay, so, well, thank you very much. I think that at this point we're going to have to close this down unless there's any other things that you think that we haven't covered or that we could possibly touch on that you want out there.
No, I don't think we'd get any further tonight. Certainly, from what I know, the questions will come out, and be more than happy to do a live feed after that and answer any questions that anybody comes up with from this interview.
Wonderful. All right. Well, thank you very much, Bill Wood, for your service to humanity.
Well, hopefully I can get everybody else working towards that goal as well.
Absolutely. Well, apparently, regardless of which way they work, the convergence will happen.
Yeah, there's a certain element of pain that we can reduce by just not accepting that we don't have choices in the matter. And sitting back and waiting for the aliens to fix everything isn't going to help.
Absolutely.
If we are inevitably coming to a rising consciousness, we should start trying to elevate our consciousness as fast as humanly possible and make that transition a lot easier when it comes.
Haven't seen the chair in a while, have you? Oh, that's an amazing interview, isn't it? We'll have to look for more from that guy and Carrie Cassidy. Let's see. There was something else I wanted to play tonight that I think kind of goes along with what we just watched. Oh, I gotta show you a short video real quick. Check these out. Wouldn't you love to have these?
So you guys may have noticed I snuck a peek back at the shelf a moment ago. I wasn't paying attention, but let's see if Gemini was. Hey, did you happen to catch the title of the white book that was on the shelf behind me?
The white book is Atomic Habits by James Clear.
That is absolutely right. So let's try something harder. I keep losing my hotel key card. Do you know where I last left the card?
The hotel key card is to the right of the music record.
Great.
For someone as forgetful as me, that's a killer app. All right, now let's see how the AI can connect the physical world with your digital content and take action.
This is my first time in Vancouver, and I love going on walks. So why don't you navigate me to a park nearby with views of the ocean?
Okay, I am starting navigation to Lighthouse Park, which has magnificent views of the Pacific Ocean. Is there anything else I can assist you with?
Honestly, with these directions and a 3D map, I should be all set, and hopefully I won't look like a tourist.
Those are the Google glasses. What do you guys think of those? Having your computer and camera all right in your glasses you wear. That's kind of crazy, huh? Different. Anyway, regarding everything he said about, ascension, the Great Awakening, all that good stuff, I think it'll go great with this interview here. So let's check it out.
Hey, everybody, it's Dr. Mary Crowley, and we have another exciting podcast today. And now is the time, and we are at a season that everything is moving quickly. And I have with me today Bo Polney, who's been called the analyst of time. We're going to be going into some very significant things on today's program. But before we do that, today's program is sponsored by QE Strong, in particular their pain patches. Let's roll that commercial, please.
As our audience knows, we don't promote anything unless it works. I fell off a ladder, fell down on my leg, opened it up, and there was great pain in it. So I used the patch, and immediately it went away. No pain.
Backed by scientific research and rigorous lab testing, even people who have suffered for decades are getting amazing results. Quantum energy is frequencies that connect to your body's energy system. Only QE Strong encodes key intentions and Bible verses about pain relief onto the small patch. You simply place it on your body each day. And with a bonus prayer guide, read aloud a positive intention and 1 or 2 Bible verses about pain relief each day. This unique yet potent multisensory approach is powerful, and it works. The patch provides the touch, and the included prayer guide uses your sight, speech, and hearing to utilize the senses God gave you. That's the quantum effect. Are you ready to experience the quantum effect? Go to QEpain.com/Mary.
Yeah, if you go to QEpain.com and put in my promo code Mary, M-E-R-I, right in the middle of America, you'll get a significant discount. It will not only help pain, they have allergy patches, they have patches for sleeping, anxiety. They even have patches to lose weight, keto patches. And actually, you can use these patches on your dog too. I know Amanda Grace uses it on her dog, the pain patches. So they really work. So anyway, Bo, it's good to see you again. How are you?
Absolutely. Thank you. Great, Mary. I missed seeing you at all the Reawaken tours since they came to a calculated end precisely on Daniel 12:7. Did you know that actually from the day that first Reawaken tour started, that Clay picked, to the very last event, if you read Daniel 12:7, it says it shall be for times and a half a time. So that was exactly 3.5 years to the exact weekend.
Well, I was at the first one, and they used to call it the Health and Freedom Conference, and that was at Rhema Bible Church in Tulsa. And I've spoken at two of them, and I've had my podcast at as pretty much a lot of them, but not all of them, because I do some of my own events, Open the Heavens, that I've done 5 of them, and we're planning on another one. But God is moving quickly, and we're seeing things happen with time. And I know you've been called the analyst of time. When did you get that name, Bo?
I didn't really know what I did. I just know that I kept analyzing chart patterns, and I kept realizing how history plays itself. And then when you read Ecclesiastes 1:9, it says that which has been will be again. There's nothing new under the sun. And so it just makes sense. So, when, so you go to, it's actually what with all that, you go to some of these churches, say, hey, we're doing something new. And then you realize, wait a second, Ecclesiastes states very simply, there is nothing new, right? So it's what you realize that the cycles replay themselves, time replays itself. It might speed up or slow down. Usually it speeds up, but the events themselves will change, but the time windows and things don't. So I really find it fascinating when you read scripture, and then, when you read the Bible, you open it up. Not only is it the written word, but within the written word are a bunch of numbers, right? So, the very simple example I've used and regularly, I'll say, when you read scripture, it said it rained for 40 days and 40 nights, right? Well, that's interesting, but you got to ask yourself the question, why did God make sure it stated in the Bible that it rained for 40 days and 40 nights? It didn't just say it rained. It rained for 40 days and 40 nights. You see, so the numerics are important. Just like when the great flood hit, right? It was 40 days, but the water kept rising for 150 days. So you have to ask yourself the question, why are these numbers in there? There's a reason for it. There's no randomness to it. And more importantly, there's a reason that they were put in, because if you take those numbers and you extrapolate them into present day, you can actually calculate critical dates in our lifetime. It's very fascinating. And so, like, just an example of a very simple example I can give with what happened. We saw oil a long time ago, and 5 years ago, crashed to negative $38 a barrel. Now, that was a calculated time point using Daniel 12:7. So I knew the day was critical, and it was April 20th of the year 2020. I'm making reference to it now because it's going to come up in the conversation later. But April 20th was exactly of the year 2020. It was exactly 1,260 days from the exact date Trump won the election, November 8th of 2016. You see, so how was that happening? When you read scripture, it talks about 1,260 days. And then on that exact day, you see an oil collapse. And then you go 40 days forward and the George Floyd riots occur. And the next day, you've got Paris and the globe. All the cities were rioting the next day. You see, like, it was a massive worldwide shift on Pentecost weekend 40 days later. And then 150 days later, you had the death of Ruth Bader Ginsburg. So what I'm trying to show is these time points are in the Bible historically, so we could use them today.
Well, God even has a book in the Bible called Numbers. So oftentimes I'll look at the clock and he'll speak to me oftentimes through numbers on the clock. You look at it and it's 444 or 555. I know many of you watching, these things happen. I've got different friends of mine, Wade, who I know you know, who's done deep dives into the numbers. And I know you do too. So let's get into that. There's something about the feasts of the Lord that God talks about. And we're in a time this week being not only Passover, it started the Pesach, the Passover, and then the 7 days of unleavened bread. And it's falling on the same day then as Resurrection Sunday. It's all syncing up. So time is syncing up. And I believe we're in a pivotal time that things are going to shift. In fact, God told me it's a significant season of suddenlies. And so let's get into some of the things you want to talk about today, because I know we have some slides to show and some different things that you want to bring out today.
Well, like you just referenced the book of Numbers, right? So understand like how awesome this stuff. So there's a book in the Old Testament called Numbers. When was Numbers written, right? It was written at the time of Moses. Like this is like 3,500 years ago, right? So 3,500 years ago, there's actually a prophecy written about this time point that we're in right now, this year. Did you know
Really?
that? Yeah.
Oh, what's the prophecy?
So when you read, it's Numbers 24, year 2024, I think it's verse 17. And what it specifically says, I see him, but not here and now. I see him, but far in the distant future. A star will arise from Jacob and will crush the head of Moab's people. Now let's listen to what that is saying. I see him, but not here, not now, but far in the distant future. Okay, so now we're talking thousands of years. So it is 3,500 years. A star will arise from Jacob. A star? What do you mean a star? A star will arise from Jacob. So let me ask a question to all the viewers. When was the last time that a star appeared that was probably the most significant star in human history? Star of what? Bethlehem. Right? What followed? The birth of the king, the birth of our king, the birth of the king, the Alpha, the Omega, the beginning and the end. Jesus Christ came to earth. But before he came to earth, this is important because Matthew states very clearly, or is it Luke? Luke states very clearly, there will be signs in the sun and the moon and the stars. You see, so Christ could not have come to earth without a sign in the heavenlies. Why? Because of what's written in Luke. Luke tells us that before God does something of biblical proportions, there will be signs in the sun and the moon and the stars, period. It's so important to put the pieces together because our God is a detail God. Everything about him is detail and detail and detail and detail. But he does it intentionally because if you study the details, guess who you find? God. Right? There's always that saying, hey, the devil's in the details, right? Well, who wrote the details? God. God wrote the details so you can see the devil. Think about it.
Yes.
The devil didn't write the details. He can create. The devil's nothing but a loser who can't create anything. So he's a copycat. So all he can do is copy.
He imitates.
God.
Yeah,
this is important. God's a creator. I'm sorry.
He's an imitator. He just imitates.
Yeah. So when you see the devil in the details, it's because God did it intentionally so you could see him.
That's right.
God wrote the story, and the story includes exposing the liar, the fraud, and you can see him in all the details. And then God reveals his beauty.
We're at a time, that God had spoken to many of you have heard this, and he's spoken to me actually in the late 90s, Bo. I did a big event called Youth Wave, and he had told me there's going to be a greater move of God coming than the Jesus movement, which at the time I didn't know what the Jesus movement was, but now I'm working on a movie about it called The Prodigal. And I've been working on it for over 17 years, and 17 means complete victory over the enemy. So God is syncing up the times and the dates, and though it seems like it might be delayed, he's going to redeem the time where we're going to be where we would have been had we not been delayed. And so there's a great movement coming, and it's here. It's ready to, it's hitting us right now. And so Bo, we're in this season. It's Holy Week. It's Passover. And we're going to upload this tonight because we're recording it. But what would you say to the people? Something is getting ready to shift. I mean,
and I appreciate your questions and what you're saying. And this is what I want to really add to, because this is important to understand. When you say, we're the season of birth, season of change, you're talking about a change. Something's going to happen here. Potentially, we're feeling something's potentially right around the corner. Okay, so back to what we were just talking about. Before Christ came to the earth, what happened? We had a sign.
Mm-hmm.
You got to really listen closely here, because Ecclesiastes 1:9 states, that which has been will be again. Luke tells us that there will be signs in the sun and the moon and the stars. Okay, so what are we waiting for? Why is it taking so long? And this is what the Lord revealed to me. See, it's not taking long. It's all, as we always say, everything happens in God's perfect timing. So then we got to figure out what the heck is what is God's perfect timing, right? Because if it's by design, there's got to be perfect timing. The problem is he's never revealed his perfect timing. So we just keep saying it's got to be in God's perfect timing. But as we progress into the end of the age, what happens? Knowledge will increase. Right? So what's God doing? He's increasing knowledge, and he's revealing his secrets to his servants.
Yes, that's right.
So what are some of the secrets that he's revealed? It's fascinating. So we know history tells us that before the biblical move of God, there is going to be a sign. History tells us. Scripture tells us. It is written. So what are we waiting for? And I know that you've always, been on your heart, Lord's put on your heart to do a video of a great revival, spiritual revival. You know, it's like, I know you used to a long time ago do a lot of things, you were involved with some of the videos or movies of Lonnie Frisbee and things. So you were deeply involved in things going on in Hollywood. And so we're all waiting for the great revival, the great harvest, the great revival. That's what we're all waiting for. But now this is the amazing part. Before there is a great revival, what do you have to have? A sign. History tells us you got to have a sign. So I pulled up here. So the scriptures, Numbers 24, verse 17. And this is like a prelude into the conversation we're about to have here. But it's really important to preface this on the beauty of God, on his divine perfection of everything, and how when he speaks, everything is perfect, and he's a God of detail. And so Christ born, before he was born, Star of Bethlehem. So which means that we're waiting for what? We're waiting for a birth. Are we not? Like, I think you have prophesied a birth of something. This is about to be a birthing. And then Matthew, further in Matthew 24, states, be not deceived, the end is not yet. Because it's not. Okay. These are the beginnings of birth pains. Okay. So scripture's telling us that a birth is coming. Scripture's telling us a birth is coming. Revelation 12 sign of 2017, when we've had the first eclipse to come across North America, at the same year, there was a sign in the heavens. It is written, Revelation 12, described Virgo giving what? Birth. Mm-hmm. All of this is fascinating because there's no randomness to why John on Patmos wrote about Revelation 12 2,000 years ago, knowing the starry alignment that would happen, because that was what? A sign. Pay close attention. That was a sign in the heavenlies written in Scripture. So now all you have to do is listen, pray, and hope God reveals his secrets to you. And there are secrets to the math. But because it's of God, the math's got to be so simple, but yet completely hidden in the mystery that no one can figure out. Think about that, right? Because God he doesn't want it revealed, the secrets. So forever, for thousands of years, everyone's been trying to figure out the math, right? And no one has, because it's always been hidden in a mystery, and God didn't want it revealed. But if it's of God, it's got to be simple, but yet complicated enough or twist to it enough that no one can figure it out. So why I'm saying all this is because I'm going to show some numbers to you, some math to you. That's biblical math, divine math. That no way I could have come up with this stuff. Okay, there's no way that I could have come up with this stuff. But yet it's so perfect that it's not possible. It's so perfect that it's not possible unless it was by design. Right. So if you look at the math, and what we're looking at here is a biblical calculation. So we know there's a birth coming. What are we waiting for? The birth of what? The latter temple. The birth of the latter temple. Because when you read Luke 1, verse 33, it says, and he, the king, will reign over Jacob's descendants forever. His kingdom will never end. Wait a second. He, the king, King Jesus, will reign over Jacob's descendants? Wouldn't that mean that a Jacob would need to be born? Wouldn't that mean that a Jacob needs to be born? And he, king, or he, meaning Jesus, will reign over Jacob's descendants forever, and his kingdom will never end. So wait a second. Scripture, Luke 1, verse 33, is telling us that Jesus will reign over the descendants of Jacob. So shouldn't we be looking for a star by the name of Jacob? Well, when you back to the scripture, Numbers 24, year 2024, is basically telling you the year. Numbers, written 3,500 years ago, 24, verse 17, it says, I see him, but not here now. I perceive him, but far in the distant future. A star will arise from Jacob. What? A star will arise from Jacob. A scepter will emerge from Israel and will crush the head of Moab's people, crushing the skulls of the people of Seth. Isn't that a mortal wound to the Babylonian system? Wait a second. Is it telling us 3,500 years ago? And this is the Balaam prophecy, which is the craziest part, right? Who's Balaam? He's the guy that was appointed to curse Israel, but instead of cursing Israel, he blesses them 3 times and a donkey speaks to him. Like, you got to admit, God is funny. All the details of how he does things. And so what it's saying is that a star will arise from Jacob. If you Google and do your homework on the starry alignments, do you realize that that there was a star of Jacob that appeared in our heavens on September? I'll give you the exact date. It occurred on precisely on September 27th, 2024.
Interesting.
So a star will arise from Jacob far in the distant future. 3,500 years later, a star appeared in our heavens on September 27th, 2024. And guess what happened? The North Carolina floods, and you and I met or saw each other, I believe we saw each other at the Reawaken America tour at Tabernacles just a few days after that, 2 weeks later in October of last year. And so what happened on that exact date? That's water breaking. The North Carolina floods are water breaking, but it's indicating the coming birth of what? Jacob, the birth of Jacob. And now, so let's look at this from a female perspective. When you study how long it takes, that's very coincidental, like 40 days and 40 nights. Israel wandered in the wilderness for 40 years. And then the interesting part, if we want to pop on the slide, slide 19, this is fascinating because from September 27th, 2024, last year, 40 weeks. So I'm sorry, a slide. Oh, actually, my apologies. Wrong slide there. That will be slide. Pull it up there and look at this. Slide 34. Slide 34. So what happened is from the Star of Jacob, Mary, 40 weeks, which means the Star of Jacob referenced specifically what? Conception. 40 weeks later, what do you got? You got a baby. Childbirth. So let's run 40 weeks from September 27th, 2024 to the exact day. It is July 3rd, 2025. Why is that interesting? Because what happened in July 4th, 1776? The Declaration of Independence. So, Mary, let me ask you, because this is an easy answer, what was the Declaration of Independence all about? It was about a covenant, right? That who made with who?
Yeah, the Mayflower Compact was the covenant, that the Pilgrims made with God. But yeah, it was.
That's all you need to say. That's all you need to say, because that's the point. It was a covenant so the covenant was man made a covenant with God, and because the covenant was made, God made a covenant with man. Okay, so because our God is a covenant God. just like marriage, right? It's about covenant. When he makes a covenant, it stands forever. Yes. So because the covenant stands forever, what is the likelihood of evil taking over America? Knowing that the creator of all things, has a covenant with the founding fathers, meaning a covenant with America. The answer is zero, zilch, nada. So they can try all they want, but God's got a covenant with America, and they will never get America. And the calculations are telling us, now this is the wild part. So when we look at the long time calculations, if we run the 200, so I'm going to show you there's a 248 year cycle. So let me backtrack a tiny bit, and let's go to slide number 2, and I'll show you how the math points to the Declaration of Independence. So in slide number 2, what you're seeing is the number 7. Okay, well, number 7 is biblical. I don't want to get into all the details of it, how it's tying in right now, but in essence, from a number standpoint within the Bible, it represents completion, just like 7 days of the week, right? So it's completion. It's perfection, spiritual wholeness, God's work, divine order. But that's really, it's divine order and completion. That's why we have 7 days of a week. We don't have 8. We don't have 3. We don't have 10. We have 7 days in a week. It's all by God's perfect design. Now, on the next page 3, I want to show you how this represents time. So if you take time and you read scriptures, it says Psalms 90, verse 3 and 4, it says a day's but 1,000 years. Okay, so let's apply that. We know God wrote the end from the beginning, so that will be 1,000-year millennial reign. If you drop the 3 zeros, there's your 1,000 years become 1 day, right? Because we read scriptures on, hey, 1 day, but what day could be 1,000 years? And then we know from the return of Jesus to his birth backwards, it's 2,000 years, dropping the 3 zeros, you got a 2. And then from Jesus's birth to creation, it's 4,000 years. Drop the 3 zeros, and there's your 4. 4, 2, and 1. What does that add up to? 7. Isn't that fascinating? So on the next slide, here's the secret that no one has been able to figure out for centuries. And it's literally taking the 421 or the 124, multiplying it by 2. Adding up to 248 years. 248 years defines time. This is the wild part. So now we get into how incredible our God is and the math behind what he's laid out. So what we want to do is, if you take from creation and you go 7 times that, what an interesting number, 7 times 248, you get to the year 1736. Well, 1736 just happens to be when Christianity, through the Methodists, came into America, and exactly that was the end of the medieval times. And then you run 40 years, because you want to talk about time, so you do from 1736, and you add 40 years, you get precisely what? 1776. And that is, we enter the promised land. The land of what? What did Israel enter after 40 years? The land of milk and honey. You see, so the Declaration of Independence.
To interject, they entered in at the time of Passover too.
Really? Yeah. So there's a lot more details that you might be aware of as well too. But I'm just showing you how the math works out to the year 1776 simply using this calculation. This is impossible, and yet it's perfect. See, it's impossible and perfect at the same time. And that's why people say, well, even if something biblical truly does happen, well, didn't it have like a Red Sea miracle event? Didn't Israel then go into the wilderness for 40 years? You see, because time it's similar but different. What we have to understand is we've already been in the wilderness from 1736 to 1776.
Yeah.
So, and then we entered the promised land. Go ahead.
I just want to say, they could have crossed through the, the wilderness after they left Egypt in just a few weeks, but because of their disobedience, they kept cycling around. And, I think God gives us, even as it says in 2 Chronicles 7:14, that if his people will pray and humble themselves and seek his face and lastly turn from our wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and heal your land. So God gives us conditions as well. You know, if you do this, then I'll do that. But I believe in the time sequence, but ultimately God knows the end of time, and he knows the decisions we're all going to make. So he wrote time. So anyway, continue on. That's just my little.
No, and actually you said it correctly. God wrote time. See, so when you understand the scriptures and it says, you know, we win. See, this is the revelation he gave me after he showed me the calculations. He goes, the timelines are fixed. You see, so he wrote time at the beginning. I'm going to repeat that. God wrote time at the beginning, including who wins. Okay. So the only randomness in all of this is where you end up, which side of the fence. You know, this is a battle for souls. Are you on Team Jesus? See, that's what this is all about. It's a battle for souls because Satan hates you. And so he wants to have you hang out in hell in all eternity with him. And so when you look at the time sequences of all of this, what we're seeing is some incredible time calculations. And the reason, like you say, you know, Israel, they're stubborn, even after all the miracles. Think about that, right? They're still stubborn. They still worship, they built idols and everything afterwards. Like, think of what they did, right? But now this is different. Look at, you know, we've been on this journey together. You know, we've seen what happens here in the past 5 years. We've done the Reawaken, been on the Reawaken America tour for 3.5 years, right? And so what did the church refuse to do this time? You see, we didn't back down. If anything, our faith grew stronger in Christ. There was a sizable awakening at that Reawaken America tour. There's baptisms going on, okay? There was no one backing down. If anything, there was a revival that was brewing. And that's the truth of the matter. There was a revival that was brewing. And so because we haven't backed down like Israel did, and if anything, you know, started worshiping idols and doing all this stuff, what's happened right now is we're at a massive time point where the church is stood, you know, what says in the Bible, you know, stand, right? And so the church has stood, if anything, has grown in faith. And again, I'm not talking about the world. I'm talking about, you know, a small circle of people that were involved with this Reawaken tour have never backed down, right? And so we've seen it happen. And so now what we've seen is, so that's why we are not going to do the 40 years in the wilderness. We are literally stepping into a great awakening time point. And so that takes me back to, again, so we go to page 34, and what we want to now look at time windows. Okay, so we got 248 years, Mary, from the Declaration of Independence. Okay, so the covenant's made, 248 years go by, and you get to what? The 4th of July, 2024. In that year,
what page? Are we on the right page?
Yeah, we're on the right page. So we get to the year 2024, and what happens? The Star of Jacob appears. So right now, based on covenant, I'm not basing it on the year 24, 25, whatever it is. I'm basing it on the year 248. So the covenant, starting from the Declaration of Independence, as of the 4th of July, 2024, we are right now speaking in the year 248. So knowing that, on the next slide, 35, when does year 248 end? On the 3rd of July, 2025. And then that sequence ends, which means this sets us up for a rebirthing. What was written in Matthew 24, be not deceived, the end is not yet. These are the beginnings of birth pains. Go ahead, Mary.
Well, from what I remember, actually they signed it on July 3rd, the Declaration of Independence, but it was they actually, I don't know. I remember studying about this, and it actually came on July 4th when they actually, but they signed it, and then I think they presented it on the 4th.
And again, you know, all of this is just fascinating information, you know, splitting hairs here in terms of the dates here, there, 24 hours this way or that way. You know, even if this is within a week, this is crazy. But the math is truly biblical and is divine on how this is all playing out. So back to what I was saying with regards to birth. So from the Star of Jacob, which specifically was referenced in Numbers 24, verse 17, a star will arise from Jacob. What a coincidence that the star did arise from Jacob. It's named Jacob. And that star, whatever the conception of September 27th, is actually going to be birthed at this time point right here. The 3rd into the 4th of July, we have a rebirthing of America. So all I know is what the math is saying. No, I've listened to some prophetic voices, a few prophets, not too many, but all of what I'm hearing prophetically is lining up with something huge is about to happen, something big's about to go down. And so that's the essence of what the prophetic is saying, and whatever you want to might add on what the Lord is telling you as well too prophetically, because I know the Lord speaks through you, Mary, but you might want to add like, what's on your heart and what the Lord has actually been revealing to you about what's coming. And then we can talk about the very specific season or the feast that we're in right here is Passover, and how this ties into what I believe is about to happen. But go ahead, maybe you can expand for the viewers and what the Lord is revealing to you as well too, Mary. So I think that'll definitely add to this.
Well, thank you, Bo. First of all, he said it's going to be the greatest show on earth, and being here in Hollywood, being here in LA, and you're in Southern California, we're not far from each other. God said he's going to do a greater move of God than any move known to man. And it was 5 years ago, Bo, that God woke me up on May 2nd, 2020, and he gave me these words: we won't shut up until you open the heavens. He told me to do 7 baptisms starting in Corona del Mar at Pirates Cove. We're actually, this coming May 3rd, Baptized California is going to be going on in Huntington Beach. And I did the 7 baptisms, he said, before the election. And 3 of those baptisms, not being planned by me, except the first one, God said on Pentecost, that fell on Jewish feasts: Pentecost, Rosh Hashanah, and Tabernacles. So he's syncing this up for a great outpouring of his spirit. And California is going to literally be, I believe, the whole Western seaboard from California, Oregon, and Washington State. It's going to be, holy cow, look what God is doing on the Golden Coast. He's going to flip it around. So he's going to bring in these 50 United States that we're going to see a great awakening. But I think there's going to be a more of a shaking before that happens, is my personal opinion. I could go on and on, but I'm interviewing you. So thanks.
No, it's great that you say that, because it's like, see, this is the thing about the prophetic, right? If it's from God, meaning it's from the same place, right? So you can have 10 prophets in the same room. If they're all saying a similar thing, it's from God. But if one's saying something that doesn't make sense or doesn't match with the other prophetic voices, then it's not from God. And that's that's the essence of prophecy, right? We all speak with our own tone. God uses us all in our different ways, but the message still has to come to the same concept. That you can't be saying something that's out in left field, because then that's not from God. It's really important to understand, right? And so what Mary was just saying right there is everything that other prophets that are true prophets, okay, this is everything that other prophets that are true prophets are saying as well in their own way. And that's important, because that just tells you that, who you're listening, this podcast and Mary saying things, it's not of her, what she's thinking. It's what actually God's revealing through her. And right. So that's really, really critical.
And the fact, I'm doing an event in Southern California, literally on June 6th, which is D-Day. Lonnie Frisbee was born June 6, 1949. This coming June 6th, he would have been 76 years old. And June 6 and 7 in 1967, on a mountain outside of Palm Springs, when he cried out, he was 17 years old, which is complete victory over the enemy. He said, God, if you're real, reveal yourself to me in a vision of the Pacific Ocean being filled with people in darkness. So from there, God connected him to Chuck Smith. The whole Jesus movement erupted. And, many, many prophets, including William J. Seymour, that was part of the Azusa Street outpouring. He said, after 100 years, there's going to be a greater move, a greater wave. And, everyone thought, after the beginning of Azusa in 1906, but actually he died in 1922. So it's 100 years after that. So we're on course for a great outpouring. And so I'm excited about what he's doing, because he's syncing up the times. Lonnie Frisbee even said there was a series of coincidences, Bo, he said, that started to happen. There was so many coincidences that there was no more room for coincidence. And so he had, you know what I mean?
Well, that's the thing about, coincidences, right? This back to what we talked about. If God wrote the end from the beginning, then he would set up events at specific time points, and you have all these events happening at specific time points, and the events are so perfectly choreographed and that it's impossible that these events could be happening, just like the birth of Trump, that 700 days to the exact day of his birth, Israel's proclaimed a state. Okay. How, and there's like so many math calculations on Trump that are mind blowing, and they're all around the number 7. I'm just trying to show you they're not coincidences because they were all designed from the beginning. So when they're designed from the beginning, all that's happening is we're just living life, moving along and watching all these perfect events play out in perfect order. This is wild. Because that's what's happening.
That's what Lonnie said. They were all syncing up. Everything was syncing up. I mean, here he comes down to California. He marries a girl named Connie, and he's hitchhiking to tell people about Jesus. And Chuck Smith's daughter's boyfriend picks him up and brings him right to Chuck Smith's door, who after 17 years, Chuck was thinking of quitting. But God brought the foolish thing to his door,
That's
a hippie that told him, and it exploded into a movement. And so we're at this point of people that things that look to be dead, like the dry bones, all of a sudden God's going to go, hey, I'm going to breathe upon what seems dead. And all of a sudden, from people that you wouldn't expect, Lonnie said that what the hippie was in the Jesus movement, one of the people groups he's going to redeem is the LGBT community, to love God, be true. Not that it's okay to be gay, but many of them have been molested, they've been groomed, all these other things, and all of a sudden he's going to breathe upon those dry bones.
The devil's a liar. He knows that if he can get to the children and mess with their heads, he's a liar, and he hates people because we're made in God's image, right? So he just wants us to do anything opposite of what God wants for us. That's it. So the LGBTQ, all this stuff is just because just because Satan hates you. Period. He just wants to do anything to hurt you.
Yeah, many people watching today as a child or a son or a daughter or a cousin or somebody that's been, literally, indoctrinated by some of these ideologies. But even as the prophetic word through a number of prophetic people, including Bob Jones and Lou Engle, that there was going to be 100,000 radical people that had been LGBT that are going to totally rocked by God. And they're going to be some of the greatest apostles, prophets, evangelists, pastors, and teachers that the world has ever seen is going to come out of the LGBT community.
Amen. Yep, it's exactly true. And that all happens with the great revival. That all happens after Jacob is born. Oh boy, this is some biblical days that we're living in. And so let's get into some really important thing to kind of put it all together, this conversation. You were mentioning Lonnie Frisbee was how old? 17?
Yes.
Okay. Now, why is that important? Because what did we say earlier? Numbers 24, verse what? 17.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. So what you're seeing is these divine appointments, these numbers, everything is perfectly designed. God is he's a mathematician, the greatest mathematicians ever lived, and yet he's all about details. And so again, back to Numbers 24, verse 17, it's telling us what's coming and what numbers to be looking for, because this is literally a design by God. And then when you read again back to Luke 21, it says there will be signs in the sun and the moon and the stars. Now, why I reference that is if we can pop on slide number 12, and this gets into what is about to happen. And where I truly believe how Passover and this resurrection season is tying into really some critically important time points. So when you look at this slide right here, this is Joel 2:31. And this is where actually, the son, I think it's Joel 2:28, if I'm not mistaken, says your sons and daughters will prophesy. Okay. So Joel talks about what's going to happen in the future and how the world will be. And when you get to Joel 2:31, it says the key word there is before. It's in big letters, before the great and terrible day of the Lord. Now, just a second ago, Mary, you were saying you think there's going to be, you feel there's probably going to be a big shaking before that or something going on, okay? Well, a great and terrible day would involve a great shaking. And I don't know whatever else, but it's going to be wild what a great shaking could in fact mean. But before that day, you're going to get two things. Joel says, before that day, you're going to get a blood red moon. Do you understand that on March 13th, Purim, we had a blood red moon? Joel 2:31 also says that before the great and terrible day, the sun will turn dark. Do we realize that on March 29th, we had an eclipse? Like,
it's incredible because the things that are prophesied about Joel 2:31, the two prerequisites have now happened. I'm going to repeat that. The two prerequisites for the great and terrible day of the Lord have happened. So all that remains is the great and terrible day of the Lord. Now, if you go to page 14, I just want to kind of summarize here to show how the math is working out. So Trump gets elected 1,260 days later, which is Daniel 12, verse 7. 1,260 days later to the exact day, oil goes to negative $38 a barrel on what day? April 20th, 2020. Well, if you understand that, what the Lord revealed furthermore is you have to look at a clock. And a clock, Mary, has how many seconds? 60. Now, remember we talked about a day is about 1,000 years. So let's assume that we remove the word 60 seconds and replace it with 60 months. And repeat that. Take 60 seconds. We're going to go to the next slide here, page 15. We're going to remove 60 seconds and make it 60 months because when you read scripture, God, he replaces, the numbers don't change, but we can see a shifting from a day to 1,000 years. So that's how God works. He does it because he hides things in mysteries. So on page 15, what we want to look at is a clock with 60 seconds, or let's say 60 minutes. So, which means that what? The 59th minute, if we took every single minute from oil going to zero every month, the 59th minute would be what? March 2025. The 59th minute. For what? Return of Christ? No, because before Christ returns, what happens? The glory shall fill the earth. That's Numbers 14, verse 21. The glory shall fill the earth. So there is a second clock that had been hidden in mysteries for thousands of years. The second clock is the glory coming upon the earth, which means that if the 59th minute was March, when would the midnight hour be? When would zero be? When would the midnight hour be? April 2025, 60th minute, 60th month. So and now when we look at this, well, what could happen? Well, what does it say in Joel 2:31? It says the great and terrible day of the Lord. So Mary, you've said it repeatedly. How long does God need?
Now is the time. I mean, it is time. Now is the time.
But when God moves, he needs what? A day. He doesn't need a year, a month. He needs a day. It's all he needs. So that's why Joel 2:30 says the great and terrible day of the Lord. When you read Jeremiah 30, it says how awful that day will be. And you also, I've heard your prophecies in the past, and you specifically have talked about how these people are walking into the greatest trap in history, right? Well, Psalms 37, verse 13 states, but the Lord laughs at the wicked, for he knows that their day is coming. This is all about a day and time that changes the world we know. I'm going to repeat that. This is all about a day and time that changes the world we know because the glory comes upon the earth. So I find it interesting that when you look at the clock of time, what we're really seeing is a biblical time point. You can see it on page 23. So I've kind of shown a little calendar on page 23. But you started off this podcast talking about Passover and resurrection. And so, long story to get to the kind of the conclusion here, today being the 17th of what? 17th of April, which is actually, interestingly, the day that potentially Jesus, I believe, dies on the cross, if this was using the Roman calendar. Okay. But again, Jesus
is. This is also the month of Nisan, where actually everything happened. All the deliverances happened in this month.
Right. And that's a great point that you make, because when you study scripture, you're 100% right on that. I did the homework in addition to what you were just saying right there. And Passover, which is the month of Nisan, like you said, Passover is the month of Nisan where God intervenes. This is the words he gave me. God intervenes to change the course of history. And repeat. So Nisan is a time point where God intervenes and changes the course of history. So examples of that would be 185,000 dead Assyrian soldiers that were about to destroy Israel. The angel of death, Pharaoh, Israel suddenly freed. Belshazzar drinks in the golden chalice, and then the writing on the wall. Your kingdom has come to an end. Will be, you've been weighed in the balances and found wanting. Your kingdom's come to an end. So that's writing on the wall. So all of these things that change the course of history happened in the month of, like Mary just said, in the month of Nisan. And this is an interesting month because this Nisan, Passover started and it ends on the 7th day. And Passover ends this year on the 20th, which is coincidentally Resurrection Sunday. So we've actually got 2 clocks. What does that mean, 2 clocks? It means God's clock. What's God's clock? It's the Hebrew calendar that God gave to the Hebrew nation, okay? So it's not the Hebrew clock. It's not the Jewish nation's clock. It's God's clock that he uses and he wrote, and the nation and the Hebrew people hold the clock. So it's called the Hebrew clock, but it's God's clock. And then you have the Roman calendar, which man then twisted and messed with. But coincidentally, God knew they were going to do that. And so this year, both Resurrection Sunday and Passover end on the exact same day, which is 4/20. Oh, wait a second. Remember what we just said? So let's slide all the way back to page 3. And what did we say about time? This is the big picture of time and how a 7 breaks down. If you take a 7, you break it into 4,000 years, 2,000, 1,000, 4, 2, 1. So what's the next day after Resurrection Sunday? April 21. 4/21. So we're waiting for God's intervention upon the world. If there was a biblical time point, a calculated time point, the probability is screaming that something's about to go down. And what's about to happen has been hidden in a mystery that God recently revealed on page 21. So if there was a time point that we could see something biblical happen, it'll be potentially Resurrection Sunday, say evening time into Monday, Tuesday, early part of next week. So on page 21, this is what's been hidden in scriptures for thousands of years. And what it's specifically telling us, that there is an event called a reverse rapture. You're like, what? Yes, there is an event that is called a reverse rapture. And if it's true, there's got to be a scripture about it. Oh boy, is there a scripture about it. There's actually 2 that are beautiful. It's Psalms 37, verse 10 through 13. And let's read it. In a little while, the wicked will be no more. Though you look for them, they will not be found. When was the last time we saw that, Mary? Angel of death, Passover. This is in the month of Nisan. So God steps in, the glory comes upon the earth. The glory shall fill the earth. When the glory fills the earth, because the glory is coming, the angel of death comes in and removes the wicked. For the wicked shall be no more. The next line it says, but the meek, who are the meek? Humanity. The meek will inherit the land and enjoy peace and prosperity. Aren't the prophets talking about a wealth transfer? Fascinating, isn't it? Next line it says, and the wicked will plot against the righteous and gnash their teeth at them. But the Lord laughs at the wicked, for he knows their day is coming. So what's coming? Based on scripture, based on the prophetic, it is called, God actually referenced this word. This is the word of God. He actually used the word reverse rapture. So through one of the prophets, Carolyn Dennis. Fascinating. And so also the evil ones have hidden the book of Enoch from scriptures. So they pulled it out. But if you go read Enoch, here's what it says in Enoch describing this time point. When sin and unrighteousness and blasphemy and violence and all kinds of deeds increase, and apostasy, meaning people who renounce their faith, and transgressions and uncleanliness increase, a great chastisement and wrath shall come from heaven. This is an Enoch telling you when all this perversion hits, a great chastisement comes from heaven. in 1 Enoch chapter 91. It continues, and all the idols and the heathens shall be abandoned, and the temples burned with fire, and they shall be removed from them from the whole earth, and the righteous shall rise from their sleep. There's your Lonnie Frisbee Great Awakening. This is the Great Awakening that's been prophesied 100 years later from that pastor of the Azusa Street revival. This is it. And the righteous shall arise from their sleep, and wisdom shall rise and be given unto them. So we are.
Yeah, I just want to interject something about time really quickly. Azusa Street happened on April 9th, 1906. 41 years prior to that, the Civil War ended on April 9th, 1865. William J. Seymour's father was emancipated because he fought in the Union Army in the Civil War. And 41 years later, the Lord, through his own son, allowed the slaves to be freed spiritually worldwide because of a movement and one man that was willing to go all the way and pray. And God brought forth a movement known as Azusa Street. So there's those dates and times and numbers, again, syncing up. So God is syncing things up, people. So keep on going, bro.
No, so that's really, I kind of wanted to show the world and your viewers that nothing's random.
Yes.
It's all in perfect design. And the Lord, like you stated in 2 Chronicles, if my children who are called by my name humble themselves and pray and seek his face and turn from their wicked ways, and then come, and then we will hear from heaven. It's in 1 Enoch. This is the great chastisement that, and wrath shall come from heaven. This is what 2 Chronicles is talking about. Then we will hear from heaven. It's the great chastisement written in 1 Enoch, chapter 91. They removed this stuff because they didn't want the world to know how it all plays out. So we're about to see biblical right in front of us. The math is saying that anytime between now and again, Nisan is a time, like you've said, Nisan's a time of change where God intervenes, where God has intervened upon humanity. That's what God revealed to me. And so that leads us into what? The 4th of July. So by that time, by the 4th of July, we would have had biblical manifest on the earth. And then we have, this will be the 4th of July, which will be a fulfillment of the Kim Clement prophecy of a strange July, because the world's like, what the heck is going on? This is like, it's a whole new paradigm. Like this evil regime has like been exposed, and then Kim Clement said, summer will be the mediator between spring and fall. So the fall can do its work in America. Well, what's fall time? Is Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, tabernacles, like you're speaking of, right? Talk about a biblical time point, right? And when you read the Jubilee, right? What a coincidence that it's Leviticus 25. Come on. Verse 9 into 10, September, October, thou shalt consecrate the 50th year, proclaim liberty throughout the land, and to all of its inhabitants it shall be a jubilee for you. This is the prodigals come home. This is the great harvest begins. This is like, but before the great harvest begins, God's got to strike evil. He's got to change the course of history. Well, and history tells us that the change of history occurs in the month of Nisan, like you just stated, Mary.
Well, and even if people want to go back, General George Washington at Valley Forge in 1777, there's that 7 again. When it was winter, they literally took a break. King George could have crushed them, but decided to, let's give them a break for the winter. And General Washington was in his study. He told his, people he didn't want to be interrupted. And he looked up and there was an angel that came and it said, Son of the Republic, listen and learn. There's going to be 3 perils that's going to come upon the Union, is what he called America. And he said the first one described the American Revolution. He was in at the time. The second one described the Civil War, but he said the third would be the worst. America would be surrounded, but the Union would prevail. And so the thing is, I know people say, well, where do you find that? Well, you can research it, even Google it. I won't get into it because of time. But anyway, God is syncing up time because he created time. And even the name of my show is Now is the Time. So it's the time to end this podcast.
So
we're going to wrap it up on page 37. There's one last slide here because this is the continuation of what to expect this fall. So on slide 37, it basically says the hunters become the hunted. Do you understand that this was in scripture 2,500 years ago in the time of Jeremiah? Jeremiah prophesied that King Cyrus would come to power and release Israel from bondage in when? The 70th year, when he was 70. So this is all Bible prophecy. Jeremiah also prophesied in Jeremiah 30, verse 16, and all who devour you shall be devoured. All of your foes, every one of them, shall go into captivity. Those who plundered you shall now be plundered, and all who prey upon you, I will make your prey. We're about to witness the fulfillment of Kim Clement's prophecies. So the fall can do its work in America. This is a time point that has been prophesied where the massive worldwide shift. So it starts in April. Summer is the mediator, is the massive transition point and a birthing time point. And then that steps us into the great fall in fall. And so that's what's in our immediate future for the year 2025. We're not going to get to the end of the year 2025 without the greatest change in human history. We're at the doorstep of this. And I truly believe in my heart this thing goes down in April. I don't think we're going to get, I honestly believe we're not going to get into May, the month of May, without looking at the month of April in retrospect. So later in the year, we'll look at the month of April as everything, the world we knew into April and the world we now know after April. So that's the time point that I believe we're living in. And all of these calculations, God's showing it into the future. And so again, there's time points where the Antichrist rises. Again, this system that's written in math in Numbers 24 that gets killed, the mortal wound, okay, that we discussed earlier in this podcast. The mortal wound gets killed. So Babylonian system is killed. It's a mortal wound. But then scripturally it says that then I saw another beast, Revelation 13, rise from the earth and made all the inhabitants of the earth worship the first beast. Daniel talks about 10 horns and then a little horn rises. This the Antichrist. That's all coming. You ain't stopping anything. God's putting in the glories coming upon the world. And God's giving the world a window of time to prepare for what's coming. And that's where we're at. The timelines into the future, I'm not allowed to speak about publicly because these are all biblical mathematical calculations. But I put them, God allowed me to actually take them, put them into a book. He said you can't speak about them, but they can be in the book for point of reference for the future. And so there is dates into the end of this decade. And in the next decade, there are specific dates that are calculated using Daniel 12, verse 7, and other calculations that are divinely perfect. And it's incredible how all the math is coming together. And so again, and it's interesting. This is the crazy part. After all the work that I put into this, the publicist emailed me a few weeks ago and saying, hey, the book's going to be finally ready for shipping. I couldn't believe this. They actually said it's going to be on April 21st, which is this coming Monday. Like, how does this happen? But it did. So the book's on page 38 if you want to do the final clip on that one and just show you. But the timelines on the final page here basically cover that. That's the book. It's the same book that I wrote last year. But this book is called the Jubilee Edition. So it has all the updates of time. And specifically, it covers things that are definitely not in that prior book because this wasn't revealed to me until Rosh Hashanah, starting Tabernacles of last year, and these calculations that we covered today in the book. But it's the math is incredible of what God has planned for humanity. And the great news is, like the book says, the Revelation, it is the good news because God's got a beautiful plan for his bride. And because as you know, and we know, God is the waymaker, miracle worker, promise keeper. And, we can zoom out of that page. But ultimately, I want to finish with this. We are in a season of grace. I think we all know that. But we are about to step into what Kim Clement called amazing grace.
Yes, amen. Well, listen, let's take that page down. So wow, this is actually awesome, Bo. Now you have a website, Bo. Where can people find you? What's your website?
Gold2020forecast.com. 2020 represents the year this all started.
Yes, 5 years ago. Well, listen, thank you both so much for coming on. And thanks for watching Now Is the Time. As Bo was talking about, the different feasts, including Rosh Hashanah, which will be in the fall. When I first did the Youth Wave, I didn't even know about these Jewish feasts, Bo, but God, the very first Youth Wave was on Rosh Hashanah, September 13th, 1996. We have 5,000 kids that came to the Anaheim Vineyard, and 500 of them gave their heart to the Lord. And we started to see the beginning of a wave of God's youth. We are now going to I believe, seeing the greatest move of God the world has ever seen. And so we have to continue to believe, to hope, to not get discouraged, because that's what the enemy tries to do. And with delays, and sometimes the word of God said, hope deferred makes the heart sick. God is actually going to redeem the time, and we're going to be where we would have been had we not been delayed. So anyway, thank you both for coming on. And if you guys want to see, I've got some books and merch I don't talk about a lot, but one of them is even the Lonnie Frisbee book called The Prodigal. We're making into a motion picture. We're actually, some exciting news is happening. I have a well-known producer that is reading my script, and I think God is going to, the 17 years, Bo, that I've been working on this, 4 writers, all the delays.
17, you say?
Yes.
Numbers 24, verse 17, you say?
So they can go to marycrowley.com and put shop. I have my different books. I have 3 books I've written, and I have different Mary merch, different, T-shirts, women fighting trafficking, just so many different things. You guys can go and shop Mary's merch. I don't push my products enough, and so at least people can know about it. You can get the book, The Prodigal. Get Bo's book. Then if you want, get my book, The Prodigal, about the Lonnie Frisbee story. Well, listen, thank you guys for watching. Please share this with as many people as you can. And because, I know I've been kicked off YouTube. I've been suppressed. When you talk about trafficking, they will kick you out, because that's what the cabal has been doing for some of their revenue stream. But you know what? We're redeeming the time, and we're going to be the head, not the tail. We're in a position that we cannot fail, and we're going to have a whale of a tail, and we're going to get out of jail. And we're going to say, look what the Lord has done, and all of heaven will go, hail, hail. Look what the Lord has done. It's time to set sail. Right, Bo? So anyway, well, let's say a prayer, Bo. I believe God wants us to pray as we're coming into this Resurrection Day this weekend. I don't call it Easter anymore, because that's a pagan holiday, Esther. And we call it Resurrection Day. We're taking back these names. So Bo, can you close us out in a prayer?
Sure. Lord, I wish, I pray that all the people listening to this podcast, listening to Mary, listening to what we were speaking of today, truly have ears to hear, eyes to see of how beautiful everything you have planned for humanity, for us, for your bride to be. So thank you, Father, for everything that's coming, for everything you're about to do. And we thank you in the name of your Son, Jesus. Amen.
And Lord, we thank you for everybody that maybe doesn't have family, some of the hardest times around the holiday season. And so, Holy Spirit, we know that we are your family. You guys are our family. And so, Lord, I just ask you that you would bless them, and those who are prodigals, even as Bo talked about earlier, and the name of my film is called The Prodigal, that you will bring the prodigals back. That I just feel the Lord saying there's going to be a great influx of thousands, if not millions, of children, just like in the Jesus movement, which was before our times. But there was so many thousands and thousands of hippies that, like Lonnie Frisbee said, nobody thought a hippie could be saved. But because God uses people that you would never think. And God is going to touch so many people you never thought God would use, and he's going to breathe upon them, and they're going to be some of the most radical pastors and teachers that the Lord is going to use in this last days movement of God. So thank you both for coming on. Thanks for watching. Please subscribe, share, follow, hit the notification bell. And please, share it with 5 people. The best form of advertising is word of mouth. And so you guys, you be the ones now that share this with other people. And sharing is caring. So it's going to be an exciting time. Happy Resurrection Day. Happy Passover. And I'm excited to see what he's going to do in April, Bo, and May too. And this next 6 months is going to be exciting. Hold on.
Spring showers, bring May flowers. That's prophecy.
Amen. Okay, God bless. Thanks for watching. See you soon.
you got the desk again, the chair, huh? All right, guys. Well, it's been a long one, and I hope you had fun and learned some things. Tomorrow we'll be on talking about the true origins of our holiday and stuff like that. Hot in here. Looking at news and looking at what's going around, basically. So I know it's exciting times. What Bo Polney says is interesting. It's hard for me to understand all that math and stuff, but he's got it down, man. I don't know. It's interesting. I'll say that Anons and Patriots sure do. They really do think of everything. Every theory and possibility you could come up with. You guys think of it all. It's great. So, like always, we will see what tomorrow brings, guys. I don't even know if I'm going to play the intro. It's a long one. Maybe I'll play an outro. But anyway, again, I hope you guys at least enjoyed these shows and had some fun and learned some things. It's kind of slow news on the weekends, but for what it's worth, you know. Fun stuff. Anyway, I love you guys very much, and God bless you for being here. I'm getting tired fast tonight. It'll be interesting to see what comes. I know people are excited. I'm excited. Exciting times. You can say that at the very least. It's never boring. But hey, I'm out of here. I'm going to sleep. We had a lot of problems with the system tonight. Somebody said YouTube was going down too, so that's never good. Anyway, I love you guys. God bless you. I will see you all tomorrow.
you guys.